To bring in our interviewees as panelists?
It is. If you let me know who you want to bring in, we can do that. And we're just starting the live stream now, so that'll take just a moment to start. But let me know who you would like to bring in, and we can.
Let's start with the Housing Authority interviews, and we'll start with Christy Soaret.
Colleen, are you able to bring Christy in?
Looks like Christy is now
Christy's
in.
here.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Christy, how are you doing? If you wouldn't mind, I don't know if it's possible for you to sort of make yourself visible to us by clicking on the video button.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Okay, if it's not possible, then
Hold on, let me make my screen. I've got a mute button, raise hand, Q&A.
it would look like a start video. It would have like a little camera icon. If you don't see it, then there you are. But now you're muted.
Okay.
All right. Welcome, Christy. So you would like to be part of the Housing Authority board. You know, this is our first time conducting interviews via Zoom. So welcome, being our guinea pig here. If you wouldn't mind, just tell us sort of what inspired you to want to be part of the board, and what tell us what qualifications and skills you think will be really beneficial to the board. You're being on it.
Okay. Well, I've been a school social worker in South Kingstown, just finishing up my 18th year. And I started my social work career many years ago working with Brother Michael Rice at Tides Family Services in West Warwick. So I have a passion for working with the disenfranchised. And I've worked with a lot of the families that live in subsidized housing in this town. And I have a really good rapport with, I would say, almost all of the families that I work with. And I feel that I would really like to, I understand the challenges, and I understand the need for housing, and I understand that the families really have to work. We have to work hard as a community and come together and meet them where they are, and also help them to understand what they need to do in order to stay, to maintain their public housing. And I feel like I can bring all of my years of being a clinical social worker, and also working in education, working with these families. I know them. I feel that bringing a social work perspective to the committee is crucial, I believe.
Very good, thank you. Does anybody on the council have a question for Christy? Have you, Christy, been following the goings-on of the Housing Authority over the past couple of years? Or, you know, I understand that you're familiar with sort of the tenants there, some of them.
Yeah, I know a little bit about some of the, disorganization that's been happening. Not a lot, though.
That's very good. And do you have experience serving on boards? It doesn't have to be, obviously, a municipal board, but other boards similar in function?
Well, yeah, I was a member of the board of the Women's Health and Education Fund at one point in time. Can't think of any other boards. I'm a member of the Social Justice Committee through NEARI, and we've put together a lot of what we call mental health summits. We've put on one every 2 years for the last 2 years. So I've been involved with doing a lot of that kind of work.
Okay. Very good. Are there any other questions at this point for Christy?
Christy, this is Brian to Cruz. I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
With a lot of the turnover on that particular board and other boards as well, it's a commitment. And are you willing to commit to being on the board for the entire term?
Oh, absolutely. I live in town and I'm very committed to, doing the best that I can, if it happens, to work as a team and work with the community to make it better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Christy, any final questions? Sorry, we're sort of rushed this evening.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I get it.
All right. Well, seeing no more questions, we will let you know. I think we'll probably be making a decision tonight on who the two people to fill these open slots are. And
Okay.
thank you for putting your name forward.
Okay, great. You're very welcome. It's nice to see all of you tonight, and take care.
Good night. All right. If we could bring in Charlene Trainum, if she is on the call.
Abel, I don't see the name, so if she is a phone-in caller, she needs to *9 to raise her hand and we can bring her in.
Yes, Charlene, if you are on this call right now, if you're not on Zoom, you can just hit the little raise hand button. Or if you're on a phone line, hit *9. Okay. I think we'll maybe give Charlene a little more time and move on to our zoning board interviews. So I saw Bill Mark up there. If we could bring him in, that would be good. And Bill, you are in the meeting now, but you are muted. So if you unmute yourself.
How's that?
Welcome.
Thanks. Good seeing y'all.
Good to be seen. So you are already an alternate on the zoning board. Maybe you want to tell us a little bit about your experience on the board serving as an alternate and your interest in being a full member. That would be great.
So I think I've served on the zoning board now as an alternate for 3 years. And I think Rich Jerzak, who's the chair, has made it very easy for everyone to participate, take part in discussions, and it's been educational, to say the least. So, I mean, I've enjoyed my time. I've been there for a couple of years. I'm not going anywhere. And I'd like to just stay on it and keep moving forward.
All right, thank you, Bill. Questions for Bill from council members?
I have a question. This is Debbie Kelso. Bill, tell me a little bit about yourself. What do your experience, your work history? I wasn't on the council when you were first appointed, so if you can just give me a little background, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm president and CEO of a small family-owned business. It's been in Rhode Island for 70 years now. Recently moved down to Charlestown. And so with that, it's kind of given me some experience in putting up a commercial building. But also I built a new home in South Kingstown 2 years ago. So I got to see kind of firsthand what the process has been like and when and if anyone, simply a better understanding of what the need for dimensional use, special use permits are. So that's pretty much my background.
Do you see a need to amend or change or the zoning ordinance as it is now through your experience? Did you have issues or what did you find?
No, not the ordinance itself. No, not at all.
And the process?
I think we talk about the process and quite a bit, and we're like you were meeting again via Zoom, I think in a couple of weeks, just to kind of go over more of the process and given the current climate, how to streamline it. I think it's going to make us a little bit better at getting through this process. So probably the positive side of this whole COVID thing is maybe getting better at streamlining processes. So something I'd like to see.
Thank you.
All right. Were there other questions for Bill? All right. Seeing none, we will be in touch shortly. I expect we'll be able to make this decision tonight. Thank you for being available to come in and do a second interview here.
All right. Be well, everyone.
Yeah.
Take care.
And I think our other one was William Rosen. Is he on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, there he is. We cannot see you, Bill. If you want to hit the little video icon in your bottom left-hand corner, we'll see you. There he is. It's good to see your face again, Bill. Welcome back. So you've been through this process before. We're just having you come back in because obviously a spot has opened up where you get promoted to alternate number 1 or potentially to the zoning board. So if you want to speak quickly about your experience so far on the zoning board and or what you've learned, what you hope to continue doing in your activity there, that would be great.
I've only been on the zoning board for about 1.5 years, so I'm still in the learning process. It's very comfortable being an alternate and being particularly second alternate because I rarely get to vote, but I can ask any questions I want. And some of the questions that I ask are not particularly the best that should be asked, but that's not a problem for me since I'm a former professor of chemistry at URI, and I've often asked my students a lot of unusual questions, let's put it that way. As I said, I'm still learning. I've learned some stuff that I never knew before. I have this big book with all the ordinances and all the ways to do a lot of stuff, and I'm barely through the first half of it thus far. I just heard Bill Marks's interview. I recommend him to be the full member of the committee. He's done a good job, and he's been there a little bit longer than I have and knows the ropes a lot better. I'm perfectly happy to be an alternate for another couple of years. It seems as if some of the members on that board stay quite a long time. So I'm comfortable doing that since I'm retired here in South Kingstown and have been here for more than 40 years. Maybe someday I'll learn enough to be able to add something to my own property. So we'll see. Well, I'll have to recuse myself at that point, but that's okay.
Sounds good. Any questions for Bill?
Bill, Joe Veely here. Your name also comes up on the committee list, wishing to be reappointed to the trustees of the South Kingstown School Funds. Do you want to speak to that while you're here?
Yeah, I feel really bad about dropping off of that committee or not being on there because we only have 3 members, and that's a quorum. We're supposed to have 5 members, but we're struggling to get those extra 2 members right now. If you could come up with a few extra members to be on that board, that would be great. But that also has been a learning experience. Like I said, I'm a former chemistry professor, so I don't know much about financing at all. And I've learned a lot, and it's helped me sometimes with my own portfolio at this point. It's been a rather comfortable position. Terry Simpson has been the chairman. He's been there a long time. he knows the ropes, and I rely on him for a lot of backing up and helping me. So
But your intention is to be reappointed, you would? prefer-
yes, I would like to be reappointed. If I don't get reappointed, the committee's going to be dormant. They won't be able to get a quorum. So
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions for Bill at this point? All right. Well, thank you for coming in, Bill. We'll let you go.
Abel, can I ask a quick question? I'm
Yes.
also on another committee. That's the Route 138 committee, which hasn't met for 10 years now, I guess. Maybe not that long, but maybe 7 years. 2013, I guess, was the last meeting. You guys could get that committee together, that'd be great.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. All right. Has
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? It's Debbie Kelso. Did we not just have a discussion about people not serving on 2 boards when they were on one of the these, like the zoning or the planning board, they were not to serve on the second board? Did we, Mike, did we have that discussion recently?
Deb, they can't serve on 2 paid boards.
Right.
I was trying to, it's Mike, I was trying to unmute myself. Yes, they, that's right, Susan, they can't serve on 2 paid boards. And then in zoning
Zoning is one, but the
It's one.
others are not paid.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
By the way, it's only $20 a meeting. So.
I hear you.
okay.
Whether
I do-
you're an alternate or a full member, it's $20.
we appreciate your altruism and your service.
Thank you.
I do see that Charlene has joined the attendee list. If we could.
I'm going to leave the meeting.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for being here, Bill. All right, Charlene, you are now in the meeting, but you need to unmute yourself. And if you would, click on that little video icon in the lower left-hand corner so that we can see you. Welcome, Charlene.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You've applied to be a member of the Housing Authority Board. You may have seen some of these interviews in the past. Basically, I always start off just asking, what inspired you to want to join the Housing Authority Board, and what skills do you think you bring that will really help it function better?
Yeah, the first question, what brought me to wanting to be on the board? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a little bit about my background. And I graduated from URI, and my social justice issue since I was about 13, 14-year-old has been hunger and poverty. So my whole life has been surrounded about issues of hunger and poverty and trying to help people get through the barriers of getting access to things that are needed for them. I actually lived in Champaign Heights for 2.5 years. So I did have an in-house experience. I was actually on the tenant board there under Ed, who used to be the director there. And I think at the time, Mary was the bookkeeper. So I was on that committee for 3 years, trying to help organize things on that campus, having to do with washers and dryers, taking down fences, trying to get a washer and dryer facility built. So I did have the experience of trying to be a part of change at a certain time. And then when I moved out into the community, I was no longer able to be on that board. Let's see. Also, as I told you, my social justice issue is hunger and poverty. I've been involved for the last 7 or 8 years with a group called the Witnesses to Hunger. And they're through Drexel University in Philadelphia for the Center for Hunger and Free Communities. And what we did there is we collected stories of people who had issues of hunger and poverty again, And what we did is we did it through the camera lens. We was to go out and take pictures of what we thought hunger and poverty looked like, take pictures and tell those stories, lobbying in Washington. So that's another thing that I've done. So everything I've done has always been based around underprivileged people, low income, people that have adverse situations in their life. So this is key to me because I feel like I've come full circle. I see that we had here, Joe Veely was here. I don't see, oh, Joe, hi, Joe. It's Charlene. Joe and I, we was on the Peacedale Neighborhood Revitalization Committee together for a few years, and Joe was an intricate part of that, doing things through his business to help out. So how you doing, Joe? That's another thing that I've done, being a part of Peacedale and trying to be in that community to help with community needs. Also, I've been involved in the Rhode Island Campus Compact AmeriCorps Vista. And I did that for 2 years, and I worked at URI with Kathleen Gorman, the URI Feinstein Center for Free America, and Winifred Brownell, the Dean of URI Colleges of Arts and Sciences. And I worked for the Johnny Cake Center. And what I did in 2005 is I started a core group of people who were invested in hunger and poverty. And what we did is we wanted to get volunteers in the Johnny Cake Center for people who wanted to volunteer for hunger and poverty purposes, not just to volunteer because it's a food pantry. So we offered education to people. They came in, they got educated, and then they was able to work. At this point now with Kate Brewster, I'm not sure if that program is still up and running as it was behind COVID-19 and other issues, but it was a really good time. I was dealing with youth through the Johnny Cake Center, and a lot of the youth at the Johnny Cake Center live in Champaign Heights, live in Peacedale, and I was able to work with the teen group, and I helped spearhead that with Susan Gustatus when she was the director there, to try to get these kids to get into hunger and poverty and have a voice. So I can go on and on and on. There's a lot of stuff that I've done in life. I've worked for the South Kingston High School as a mentor. I've worked at South County Cares, the homework club. And when I lived in Curtis Corner, they asked me, would I be the volunteer coordinator for that site, because I lived in the community and I was a trusted member of that community, and I did do it.
Charlene?
Yes.
I am sorry to interrupt you because I think this is all great information and you're very obviously qualified for the board, but we have reached past 7:30 and our regular meeting is supposed to start now, unfortunately. I think, is everybody confident that does anybody have a question that they need to ask Charlene and need to have it answered before we can make a decision later in the meeting?
No, Abel, Joe Veely here. I just wanted to say thank you, Charlene, and thank you for stepping forward, and it's good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we will be making a decision tonight, so we'll let you know soon, Charlene. And again, thank you. It's our fault that everything got bunched together here with the interviews. We have some technical difficulties. So thank you.
The last thing I would like to say is we are a reflection of ourselves as a community. The question is, how do we take care of our community as a whole, and in having people with differences, ideologies, ethnicities, and different incomes? And I'm very interested in being on the board to try to make change, positive change for this community that I've lived in for the last 21 years.
Thank you, Charlene.
Thank you. Hi, Bryant.
Have a good evening, Charlene.
Thanks. You too. Hi, Sue.
Welcome to continue to attend. Susan, if you wouldn't mind, I think we don't have time to really go through the agenda with Rob here, so we'll just have to fly by the seat of our pants to some extent. But let's begin the regular meeting.
First item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, let me gavel us into order. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Monday, May 11th. The time is 7:33. Our first order of business is the pledge to the flag. Susan, if you wouldn't mind leading us, and if we can all mute ourselves.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, Susan. It's been a couple weeks, so we may have forgotten. This is a Zoom meeting, so not everybody can see us. I will ask everyone to state your name before speaking, so the people who are on the phone know who's talking. This is Abel Collins. I'm the president, and I'll be conducting the meeting, I suppose. Our next order of business is the roll call.
And Council President Collins,
Here.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Present.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Here.
Councilman McEntee,
Here.
Councilman Veely.
Here.
All members are present this evening.
Thank you. Item 4 is the approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 4A and B.
Second, Joe Veely.
I
So
have a
moved.
question. I don't.
May I
see
make a
April-
comment?
Yep, I don't see April 16th. I see the.
I was not able, I
27th.
was,
Okay,
yeah, I was not able to get them finished, so I ask that you continue it till the next meeting, if you would, please.
okay. So do we need to amend the motion to reflect that?
Perhaps, Rory, if you would withdraw the motion and then motion to continue.
I'll withdraw my motion on 4A and B and request that we table it and continue to the next meeting.
Do I hear a second?
Joe Veely, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the roll call. Or, Mike, I can still do the thing where I ask if I see anybody opposed, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. And anybody opposed? All right.
Are we approving the minutes other than April 16th? So you do have the minutes from the 15th and you do have the minutes from the 27th.
Not
Are you
with-
just,
Yeah, not with this motion, it's not.
Yeah, well, this motion, I think, would continue all of item 4 until the next meeting, which I think is probably okay. But if we want to change it, then
I'll withdraw my original motion. I'll make a motion to approve 4A and 4B with the exception of the minutes from the April 16th meeting.
Second,
That's either seconded by Bryant or Deb.
yes, I hear the motion by Rory. I heard second by Deb in there under the wire. All right, let's take the roll.
Collins,
Aye.
DeCruz,
Aye.
Kelso,
aye.
McEntee,
Aye.
Veely?
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Item 5 is the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion. This is Bryant to approve item 5, the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second that, Debbie Kelso.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I did want to bring up one of the communications, which is on the consent agenda, is a resolution adopted May 4th, 2020 by the Barrington Town Council recognizing month as Pride Month. I would be interested in a resolution like that for South Kingstown. Doesn't have to be done tonight, certainly. But I'm surprised we haven't done it in the past if we haven't. So I'm curious about the history of that. If we can have a resolution on the next council agenda similar to that one.
We'll take that as direction and make sure there is a resolution to that effect on the agenda for the next meeting.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Do I see any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item 7, which is a public hearing relative to a proposed amendment to the town code as follows. Chapter 10 of the Motor Vehicle and Traffic, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Section 10-12, Boulevard and Street Stop Signs designated. And this would add Middlebridge Road at Torrey Road, the northbound and southbound traffic to stop on Middlebridge Road at the intersection.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to ask Colleen to bring the town engineer, Rich Bourbonnais, and the police chief into the meeting at this point.
Yes, please.
Just a minute, we'll bring those folks in.
And Mr. President, if I may, Rich Bourbonnais, the town engineer, is the individual who was responsible for and did produce the traffic study that gets us to the recommendation before the council tonight. So I would suggest that it makes sense for Rich to explain the study, the analysis that was done, the rationale for the recommendation, and then we can answer any questions.
Hello, I'm Rich Bourbonnais, the town engineer. So the first step in this study was to look at traffic counts. So that's what we did. Sergeant Souza from the police department and Mark Healy were instrumental in getting a setup down there. We did counts coming down Torrey Hill, and we also did counts down on Middlebridge Road. When you look at trying to determine if a stop sign's needed, we look to the MUTCD, or our traffic guide for signage, and what that told us was that we needed around 300 cars on the main line. In this case, it would be Middlebridge Road, and then 200 cars, and that's per day on average. 200 cars on the road coming into the main line. So in this case, we met those standards, and simply put, the warrant is there for stop signs on as a three-way stop. Now, everybody's familiar with Torrey Road. Torrey Road terminates at Middlebridge Road. I think another part of this, and the police chief also brought up this point at some point along the line, and he was absolutely correct. But the steepness of Torrey Road coming into that intersection, I think it gives us an opportunity to make that approach a little bit safer, so that cars on Middlebridge Road are stopping, so that just in case in icy conditions, anybody sliding into the intersection can, have the opportunity to, not be hit by a car coming across traffic. I want to point out, though, that we did look at studies from 2017, 2018, and those studies did not indicate that the warrant was there. So I think a couple good things to bring up is that, although the traffic situation is bad on Middlebridge, it is progressively getting a little more traffic. And the numbers from 2019 show that the sign is warranted, coupled with our numbers from this past study and the 2020 study. So, it is getting a little higher. It was not warranted in previous years, but it seems to be now. We've reached the threshold, and it's a good opportunity to put the signage in.
All right, thank you, Rich. So this new study was conducted just recently, then, since sort of we've been talking about the issue.
It was. What we did was we did some counts, and I don't have it right in front of me, but the dates were, I believe it was in April, March and April. Because of the COVID situation, of course, traffic counts are much lower. But what we were able to do is look at the 2019 net counts which were in similar times a year, and extrapolate the data out of the data we just collected. But then, in order to really kind of, even be better, I think, prepared for the analysis, use the 2019 numbers because they met the warrants, and then use the 2020 numbers for Torrey Road with the modified numbers, for the Torrey counts. It seemed to work out really well. In my opinion, I thought the numbers were obvious. I think the numbers were somewhat obvious.
Okay. Other questions from council members?
Abel, Joe Veely. Not so much a question, but an observation struck me. I took a ride down there since we got our, packet for tonight's meeting a couple of times, and something occurred to me that we've used on another road in town, this sort of traffic calming measure that we've used on another road in town. So Rodman Street that starts on 108 in Peacedale, goes to Allen Ave and then becomes Willard Ave. Trying to think of when I first moved here 40 plus years ago. I don't think there were any stop signs on Rodman all the way through to Old Post Road. And I think that we have strategically added some intersections there that were a problem for traffic and speed. And I think they've worked well. So this may be, it sort of occurred to me that that's how that got fixed. That was a road that I used pretty frequently because I lived over near the hospital. I worked in Peacedale. But as those stop signs started to appear, I used that less, and High Street wasn't such a pain in the neck to me. So if we're trying to divert traffic, this may be a way where we continue this process or this solution further north on Middlebridge Road, where some neighbors have asked for some. The neighbors indicate that most of the speed and volume problems are from Bridgetown to Torrey. So we may want to look at that there. The other thing that they've asked for, and I think is a good suggestion, and I don't know if we can do this tonight or we're going to need another public hearing, but a couple of neighbors have pointed out that if we just make that road designated no through traffic, then the online Waze and those GPS systems won't recommend that as a route because it's designated no through traffic. So that may be a couple of other things. As we go down toward Treaty Park and Riverside Drive, I can see the use for one or two more procedures like this, where we add an intersection that has a stop, and then there's less ability or less opportunity to get up to a higher speed. So it may be one of the best solutions for at least the traffic calming that's certainly affordable. Now, the other concerns they've come to us with are the construction that's going on down there. And I know that's a separate issue, but putting those drainage systems on each side of the road is causing a real problem. Again, I don't think that's a topic for tonight's hearing, but I think it's something we're going to need to address, because if we can make that a safer road for pedestrians, we'll probably get more pedestrian traffic there. And without with those new drainage systems, that may be a problem. So my comments as it relates to this hearing is, this may be the least, it certainly is the least expensive. And maybe if we continue this as you head north on Middlebridge Road, this process for slowing traffic may be the solution that road needs. Thank you.
May I add something else? And I think it works off of what you're saying, is that, I mean, I try to look at the broader picture here about why this particular road. When I looked at the numbers on here, when you're looking at almost 400 vehicles per hour on average for an 8-hour period. That's an awful lot of cars for what I would consider a very residential neighborhood. But then I started to look at, well, where are they coming from? Even in the summertime, we know that the traffic is going to be much higher. Of course, it is everywhere in town. But when I thought about, well, when you go from Point Judith, like let's say you're going from Point Judith and you want to get to the tower, you could take Point Judith Road and get onto Route 1 and then go to the tower at 138. You're going to encounter, I believe it's 12 or 13 traffic lights. If you go from Point Judith to the tower, but you decide to take Ocean Road and then get on Middlebridge Road, you're going to encounter just 2. So that's only 1/4 of the total ride is Middlebridge Road, but it's absorbing a whole lot of traffic. I think because of, when you're looking at capacity on Route 1, if it's meeting capacity, plus it has all these traffic lights, I think you're right that it's just become a very convenient ride. I'm not sure how to handle that without looking at whenever any of these applications come up for like Route 1, or let's say in Narragansett maybe as well, but maybe looking at some of these areas as though if we can streamline traffic in some of those areas, it'll reduce the opportunity or reduce the desire for people to want to take some of these other secondary roads.
Right. And Rich, if I can add, I think the volume problem is worse heading south. So when you come down Bridgetown,
it is,
to eliminate that 1A and Bridgetown Road, to eliminate that, a lot of people take, Middlebridge to cut through to Bonnet or to that end of Boston Neck Road. So
that's right, and they're doing it to get on Torrey Road to go point south, because Bridgetown Road backs up all the way down the hill sometimes.
Right.
And I see it in the morning with URI traffic. When I come into the office, I have to go Ocean Road to come into the office. I can't get on Route 1.
Right. Yep.
So.
Okay, thank you, Rich and Joe. Other questions for Rich? Or any commentary in general on this ordinance change?
Abel, I'd like to mention that we've received 2 communications relative to this public hearing. You have the emails from Karen Humes, which are communication item E. We also have another communication from Caroline and James Vogel, which was also provided.
Yes.
Thank you, Abel. This is Bryant. I'm happy to see that we're going to be adding a stop sign there, but I do feel that this is just, one of the steps in trying to calm traffic on Middlebridge, and also a first step in trying to calm traffic on many roads in South Kingstown. So I'm happy that we're moving towards this direction, especially for Middlebridge as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Any other comments from council members? All right, then at this point it is a public hearing, so happy to open the topic up for comments from the public. I see Kate Massananti has her hand raised already. If you are listening on the phone, just press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on the Zoom meeting, there should be a little thing that allows you to raise your hand here. Kate, you are unmuted. You should be able to speak now.
So I have a curiosity question, especially since the town engineer is there. I've traveled, the Middlebridge I would say, a cut through for my family, for my entire existence in this community. And one thing I've noticed is, yes, there's issue with the volume on that road, but obviously the bigger issue is speed. And people don't get to the higher rates of speed if the road is being highly traveled at the moment. It's really when no one's on the road and you have that road ahead of you and you're in a hurry, and so you're going to be moving along. I'm curious if there is still going to be the possible solution of putting the your current speed is signs up, because those, as someone who over the course of my life have been known to have a heavy foot, those are a deterrent And yes, I know people get used to them after a while, but most people who are moving along on that road, I would assume they're not traveling at high rates of speed all the time. It's usually if they're in a hurry. And if you see that number, regardless of how often you go on that road, if you see the number telling you how fast you're going, you're gonna lighten up. So I'm just curious if that's gonna be a solution going forward.
We do have a bid out. I don't know if it's going out yet, but it's a bid package has been prepared, and it was expected to go out over the next week or so. But it would include 2 of those signs along Middlebridge Road, maybe expansion more, maybe we'll do more as we get bids on it. But we are looking to put up signs that tell you with radar detection how fast you're going. The speed sign, the actual speed limit sign will be on that post. So I think it's doing exactly what you're suggesting, Kate, and that's what the plan is. I want to add though that that generally speaking, the MUTC, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, does not suggest at all that stop signs should be used for speed control. It may help speed. As we've noted on Rodman, it does, I think, help in some situations, but it is not ever something we want to use for speed control. In this case, the numbers warrant the use of the sign, and it works to our advantage. But those posted signs with the radar detection, I believe, will help. And it's just another tool in the toolbox. And then we'll work. I think we'll keep building on some of these things, and over time, maybe we can get this, particularly Middlebridge, but maybe some other roads in town, get our arms around them. That's my thought.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Can I say something? This is the chief. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I agree with everyone, especially on those signs that Kate mentioned. I think they'll do a lot to slow people down. And although the placement of the stop signs right now, it's probably a third of the way north on the road at Torrey, it won't solve the problem, but I agree with everyone that they will slow the cars down, because people are going to be aware that stop sign is coming up, and they'll slow down and be more observant of somebody sliding through the intersection when they come down the hill on Torrey Road. So I think all of those ideas are great. Hopefully we can get to the end sometime, but those stop signs, I have to say Rich did an excellent job on that study. So the stop signs would be great at Torrey and Middlebridge Road. And if we can keep moving forward on this, a couple of more stop signs might also be helpful, or will also be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. This is Brian speaking. Rob, can you remind me, I thought we talked about maybe 8 to 10 feedback signs for the town.
So we actually probably have a much broader need for feedback signs. If you're going to do one in each direction, 8 or 10 is going to do 4 or 5 roads.
Right.
We certainly have a greater demand for feedback signs than that. The 8 or 10 was looking at a referendum for infrastructure improvements, which is the subject of a item later in the agenda. Our recommendation at this point, though, is not going to be that we go out and bond for infrastructure improvements at this point in time. We think that the public's ability to pay taxes, the ability for the community to deal with additional debt is limited. We don't know what's coming our way. I would like to sort of look for places in our current budget and finances where we can find the revenue for feedback signs. John's got some money from the snow removal. John and Rich have got some money from snow removal that wasn't spent on snow removal that I think makes sense for traffic calming items. There's a couple of other things that are being done down at Middlebridge. We're not going to be able to do everything all at once, but some painted lines on that road. We have adjusted the contract for the drainage so that there will be a 2-foot wide gravel area outside of the ditches. And hopefully that'll make it easier for folks to step off of the road onto the side of the road if there's a good surface for doing that. But 8 or 10, certainly possible. We're looking for all the money we can find to put toward traffic calming across the town. But at this point, if Rich is saying he's got a big bid package for 2 out, it's a matter of, sort of redoing that and making it more in the future. If it's not actually for 2, it's for as many as we can get.
That's right. That's right. It's a unit cost bid, so we'll just get the cost for 1, and then we'll see where the dollars lie.
And Rich, it's a unit cost, but there's no discounts for hitting a certain threshold.
Well, maybe there is, and once we get the bids in, right, we'll
It should
yeah.
say on that, right, when it comes back.
Right.
All right. I do see another hand raised, Karen Humes. Can we bring her in? Karen, even though I have already stated your name, once you get into the meeting, if you would just state your name for the record, that would be great. And you are muted at the moment. You unmute yourself.
Okay. So obviously you guys have heard from me a few times. And living down here is not just a traffic study. So I get, all the studies and everything like that. The main issue with the speed is from Bridgetown to Torrey. And yes, I totally agree. You're stopping the traffic at a intersection that gets a lot. I understand all that. The speed is a major factor. And I know Chief Jabers talked about, the average speeds haven't seemed like super, super high. The main issue is by the park. We're not solving that. We're helping it. Obviously, we're taking major steps in the right direction. We're super appreciative of that. We're super appreciative that people are looking into it. But it's down by the park that people are at their maximum speed. They turn, if you watch people turn from Bridgetown and they take their right onto Middlebridge, they hit the gas pedal. People are going 40, 50 miles an hour in that woodsy part. They tend to slow down a little bit when they get to Riverside Drive, but by the time they hit that second entrance of Riverside Drive, they're back up pretty high. You come down here on a weekend afternoon, 4 o'clock on a Sunday in the summer, it's backed up. It's super backed up because people are using it to get around the traffic on 1A and on Route 1. It's a nightmare down here. And they send officers down. There's been officers down since the accident a lot. The construction's helping right now with stuff, and just it being inconvenient to come down this road. But the speeds from Bridgetown and Riverside, like we need a stop sign at that second entrance of Riverside in Middlebridge. We've got to figure out something with the speeds there. That's the dangerous area. The number of kids that walk to a public park, in Treaty Park, they're crossing the road all the time. That crosswalk, it was proven deadly, recently. Our kids are in a major danger trying to walk to a public park. And that's where a lot of our concern comes from.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate your continued advocacy on this issue, and we'll continue to try and improve, the traffic down there. Rich, I don't know, in terms of putting another stop sign in, perhaps where Riverside Drive, intersects either, at the northern or the southern end of it. Similarly, you need a similar traffic count, or what would you need to see?
It's generally tough. The street coming in, of course, is going to have a stop sign on it. But what you really want to be able to show is that you've got enough traffic coming into the main line that it's dangerous for the main line. And when you just put stop signs up, just in general, the way the uniform traffic, the manual is describing this is that you end up making a somewhat dangerous condition. So, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue to look at it. And if I can find, I can keep going back to the MUTCD and see if I can figure out a way, to make something work. I mean, we can certainly do that, and I'll do that. I mean, I'll look at Riverside as well, or Riverside, right? So, I mean, I'll look at that intersection as well, and I could certainly take a look at it. And then if we can do something down there, then we will, of course.
Can I ask one other question? Where are we looking at putting the speed signs? Because right now there's one the opposite direction, like on the other opposite side of Torrey, but we need that speed sign light. Is it going to be by the park?
So, we haven't identified where they're going to go yet, but it can be by the park. It's going to be a radar sign that flashes your approach, what your speed is actually, and it's going to have the the speed, the limit sign on it as well. It'll flash when you're exceeding the speed limit so that motorists are aware that they're going too fast. I don't believe we have any of those on Middlebridge presently, but we haven't decided where it's going to go. But we're thinking a minimum of 2 on Middlebridge Road. It'll be, I would think between in a very, very unprepared idea of mine, it would be between the park and I think Riverside. And then at the other end, it would be in and around that Ash Street area, so that when people are coming around the corner out of Narragansett, they're immediately told to slow down. And then what they'll get after that sign, if it was near Ash Street, after that sign, they'll see a sign that says stop ahead, and then they're going to see a stop sign. And then beyond that, they'll, actually they wouldn't see anything from that point on, but we could, we'll further discuss signs that maybe even face in the other direction further down. So we haven't decided yet exactly where they can go.
So, Mr. President, if I may, I'd like Rich to just, for the record, explain the signs that he just described for approaching the stop sign and why that's important.
400 feet in advance of the stop sign, we're going to put signs that say stop ahead. And the point is that the stop signs are very new to the area and maybe to the whole state who may travel through here, unfortunately. But, it'll give them just an advance warning that the stop sign's ahead and they know not to, to continue. So, as they normally used to, I guess. Once the community gets used to it, then the stop sign will be obvious. But initially, it's good to have them. And then also for anybody that's new to the area, they'll see it. So just advance warnings, 400 feet in front of the stop sign.
All right, I don't see anybody else with their hands raised. Any final questions from council members?
Rich, Joe Veely. So you have counts on Middlebridge Road at Torrey that warranted the three-way stop, or at least 2 of the 3. I know we can assume that some of it goes up Torrey Road, but wouldn't the counts down by Riverside be similar?
The counts down by Riverside would be similar, but the counts coming off of Riverside onto Middlebridge are going to be, of course, much, much lower.
Right.
Right now, we have more than 200 vehicles coming down Torrey and going up, by the way. So coming down and going up in both ways. So on Torrey, you have more than 200 vehicles, which is a lot. That's a lot. 200 vehicles on average per hour. That's a lot of cars. So you're not going to get that on Riverside.
Is there a stop on Riverside now where it intersects with or comes into Middlebridge Road?
I can't say for sure if there is, but I would imagine there might be.
Yeah. So it just seemed to me that the traffic counts on Middlebridge should be about the same. So I mean, I know that that's not a subject of tonight's public hearing, but it would seem to me that if it's warranted on Middlebridge Road at Torrey, it could be, you could make the argument that it's warranted on Middlebridge Road at Riverside. If the Riverside one is already there, you're just adding Middlebridge, but.
No, but you have to have both. You have to have 200 vehicles on the intersecting road, and then 300 vehicles on the main line.
All right, thank you.
All right, any final questions for Rich or final comments? If not, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. This is Bryant.
Joe Veely, second.
We have a motion from Bryant, second from Joe. Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. And do I hear a motion on item 7A?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 7A.
Bryant, second.
Joe Veely, second.
All right, I'm going to give the motion to Rory, and I think the second was Bryant by a nose. Do I see anyone oppose or any discussion? All right, anyone opposed?
No.
All right, that motion carries. Look forward to seeing the impact that it has on traffic down there and seeing what future steps we can take. Item 8 is communications. 8A is a resolution adopted April 6th, 2020 by the Barrington Town Council in support of legislation pending in the General Assembly, known as the Large Capacity Feeding Device Ban Act. This was continued from the last meeting. What do we want to do?
Mr. President, we have had a chance to look at the resolution, and the police chief has had an opportunity to begin making some inquiries around the law enforcement community in the state. I'll let the chief speak to what he's discovering.
Yes, this is Chief Jaber. I did check into this, and I know that the police chiefs several months ago were asking around who was in support of this. Basically what it is, the magazine or the clip that goes into the weapon, be it a rifle or a handgun, the bill states that would eliminate clips that hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition. And the reason for this is many of the mass shootings have been AR-15s or pistols with clips with more than 10 rounds in them. And I guess the effort is to limit the number of rounds so that if the clip is emptied, God forbid, during a shooting, that those few moments of that person having to reload because they only have 10 rounds will give law enforcement a chance to maybe give them a few more seconds to stop the violence and the shooting. But this bill was introduced in January, and of course it was scheduled for a hearing in March, which we all know never happened. So it's fairly new as far as how people are coming down on it, and the police chiefs are still looking into it. But right now, because there wasn't a hearing in the legislature, I don't really have that much more information.
Thank you, Chief. Discussion on this item?
Joe Veely, I'll make a motion to place 8A on file and refer it to the police chief.
Second, that's Debbie Kelso, second.
All right, we have a motion from Joe, second from Debbie. Any further discussion?
I just had a.
Go ahead.
This is Bryant. I don't know if it's too late, but I had a quick question for the chief.
Sure.
Okay. This ban would mean that if someone currently owns a pistol that holds more than 10 rounds, do they have to get that modified, or this has to do with new purchases?
From what I read, Brian, excuse me, I think the statute, the way it's written right now, or the bill, states that I think you either have to have that modified by probably someone, a professional, or you have to turn that into, I think, the local police department.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? All right, is there anybody opposed to putting this on file and sending it to the chief?
Abel, if I may, someone has raised their hand. I don't know whether you want to bring them in to speak right now. or find out if she's raising her hand on this topic?
Yeah, I don't know. We don't, if it was somebody who had sent us the communication, we would have them speak at this point, but this came from Barrington Town Council. I would just ask Christine, we'll be getting to time for public comments very shortly. Just hold your comments for that opportunity. So motion second, is there anyone opposed?
I could support this resolution. It seems pretty clear at this point that we do not know if the state legislature will be meeting in person to even consider this bill in this session. I'd like to consider coming back to this at a point when we know that this will be taken up by a committee meeting where there will be hearings. Maybe at that point in time, we can reconvene as to this item and consider supporting this resolution.
Well, if I can speak, Debbie Kelso, or writing our own when it comes back. I think it'd be more impactful if we developed our own resolution in support of the bills before the House and Senate. But I would be, I'm obviously in favor of letting the police chief look at it and come back to us with some kind of a report on where it stands.
Okay, so Chief, if you can unmute yourself. You've heard the motion that we're considering, basically placing this on file and sending it to you. I guess essentially further conversation, I think this still falls within this motion. But if you hear about this bill coming before the committee and you can give us your feedback at that point, that would be appreciated.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right, then that motion carries unanimously. 8D is an email dated April 27th, 2020 from Eileen Dyer, submitting her resignation from the Library Board of Trustees, effective immediately. We've received that, placed on file. What will we do with that?
I'd like to make a motion to place item 8D on file and send Eileen Dyer a letter for her service.
Second, I'll second that.
And we have a motion from Bryant, second from Deb. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries as well. And that brings us to 8E. Emails dated April 28th, 2020 from Karen Humes concerning traffic safety issues on Middlebridge Road. We've received them, placed them on file. Now, Karen was on the call earlier. I think maybe she spoke to a lot of her concerns during the public hearing. I don't know if you wanted to reiterate sort of what you went over there, Rob, in terms of the gravel that's being put down.
So we're doing a bunch of things down at Middlebridge, and in fact, we're trying to build out our entire pedestrian and bicycle safety program here in South Kingstown. But on Middlebridge in particular, we have, as we've described tonight, got a warrant that will justify putting traffic stop signs up on Middlebridge Road. There will be warning signs to let riders, drivers know that they're coming up to that stop sign. So hopefully we will not have the rear end collisions that initially were a concern when stop signs were being discussed. And we do have speed feedback signs that are the subject of a procurement action right now. As soon as we know what the cost of those speed feedback signs are, we'll have a better handle on how many can go in. Meanwhile, the state has required that we make changes to the drainage along Middlebridge Road. We are required to put the drainage that's going in. That's just a fact for us at this point. We're not going to be able to avoid the drainage. What we can do and what we have done is modify the contract with the company installing those drainage structures, and they will be installing or putting in a 2-foot wide processed gravel. It's not a walkway, it's not a sidewalk, but a patch of gravel along a horizontal surface adjacent to the drainage structures. So hopefully that'll address some of the concerns. I've been down, I've looked at the work being done on Middlebridge. I don't think that any of the things we've discussed tonight in and of themselves are going to resolve the myriad problems we have on Middlebridge, but I do think we're moving in the right direction. And as you know, we find resources available and we find what's working and what's not working, we'll be able to come to a better pedestrian safety situation on Middlebridge, hopefully soon.
Rob, thank you. Rory, I see your hand is raised. But do I hear a motion on this item or any further discussion? Perhaps a motion.
Joe Veely, I'll make a motion to place 8, where am I? E on file and refer it to Public Works.
Do I hear a second?
This is Bryant. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Joe, second from Bryant. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. 8G is an email dated April 30th, 2020 from John McCabe and Christine Chase concerning public boat access in the Matunic area. We received that, placed it on file. What do we want to do with that? Is
Mr. President, this is an issue.
Potentially is the Christine who has her hand raised, the Christine who wrote this letter? Can we check and find out about that?
Hello,
Hi.
you hear me?
Yes. Is this Christine Chase?
It is.
Welcome to our meeting.
Yep,
So
that's all I can say. Trying to figure this out is nightmarish. Not as bad as my issue.
well, if you want us to actually see you, I think there is like a little icon that looks like a video camera down on the bottom left of your screen. If you hit that, we would see you. You don't need to do that, of course, but if you do state your name for the record and sort of just go over what was in your letter for the benefit of the public.
Thank you. Is that the start video piece? How could I do a video? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you start video, we'll see you.
Thank you. I'm getting old, okay? Can you see me? Yeah. Wow. Thank you. I will tell you it's been difficult to try and manipulate my way around this whole Zoom scene in terms of attending and being able to present my issue today. So thank you for that. Thank you for your patience with me. So I think, as you said, I did send a brief email. I wanted to keep it brief and succinct, although the layers of my concern and issues regarding this bigger public issue is extensive. My significant concern as a taxpayer and a resident through my family of the town of South Kingstown in Matunic since the 1940s is that there is not a designated public boat ramp access site in this community. I'm aware of the public access sites, the 3 public access sites that are not boat launch ramps public that exist in this community. But there is an extraordinary and exponential growth of fishermen, boaters, residents, and public need to access our local pond here in Matunic. And I've seen from the 1960s when I was first down here and first born, the changes in demographics and et cetera in the community, just as you folks have all throughout South Kingstown and elsewhere in South County. The concern, so that's a public concern I have, and a community concern as a community member, is that I'm all too personally aware of the lack of a public boat ramp access site in this community, the extraordinary and exponential growth of a need for such in this community. And as a private resident, I don't even know where to begin. Because, so let me say this, I am a resident and owner of part of the private road of Water Street off of Matutook Beach Road. Been in my family since the 40s. We have 3 family members that live on the property, 2 lots. And what used to be your local, boater coming down with their little kayak or their little tiny boat, and then on a little tiny trailer, a little bit bigger boat, has now become an extraordinary and exponential concern and issue for us. And so there's layers to this, and I want to try and be as concise as I can, but understand that when something is emotionally and physically and materially impacting you so significantly, it's very difficult to do that. So I did outline for you folks that the concern that I have as a resident is that public and local boaters have been using the private road of Water Street, as well as, Lord knows, I know there's been other sites as well in this area, as a boat launch, as a boat ramp, as a pull up and tie up to go up to the local bars and get trashed and then scream, hoot and holler and urinate on your property, et cetera, on their way back. DUI off of the access point, of which there's been extraordinary contacts with police, harbor master, whatnot. So here's my issue as a resident. I understand and appreciate and do acknowledge that there is an extraordinary need for a public boat launch site here. What folks have been doing and what we can no longer even exist with is using the private road of Water Street as the public boat launch that does not exist. We're community members. We embrace public access to water. And that's honestly been to our demise at this point, because we have not just, your small local boaters. Now, folks have been building and buying properties and have exponential wealth here in this area, and now are coming down with pontoons and it's constant traffic 24/7 from June through September. They're fighting with us when we can't access our driveways. We also rent property. I have a duplex. My brother has a cottage. My sisters have a 3-bedroom house. We can't rent our properties because people can't stand the nuisance. We can't access and egress our driveways and our homes because there's a use of a boat ramp on our road to access our homes. And like I said, there are so many layers to this. What we wanted to do was, and what I particularly wanted to do, after speaking with the residents of the street, we've had it. We can't tolerate it anymore. I want to preface it by saying we went and attended the Waterfront Advisory Committee meeting earlier this week. They were very clear about what we need to do. I've talked to the harbor master on multiple occasions over the last 2 years. He's very clear about what we need to do. What we need to do is close that entire access point down for any public, well, they say public access. We would invite public access on foot. I'll be honest with you. We feel very strongly about protecting that access to waters. But we cannot exist one more day with the extraordinary and exponential boat launch. Everybody thinks it's a public boat launch. Now we have marinas, we have Gooseberry, we have the dock builders, they're coming and pulling up. We have people leaving their boats and trailers right in front of the road, in the middle of the roadway, so that you can't get in or out. We have folks coming and tying up or throwing an anchor and going up to the bar and getting trashed and coming back with 8 and 10 people completely obliterated and driving off in pitch darkness at 1:30 in the morning. And like I said, we've been in touch with lots of folks, and there's just a layers of concern. Quite frankly, 2 things that I'm here to present to you and to actually really look for resolutions. One is, why can't we explore, find, fund, and develop? And I've even looked into funding for public boat access ramps, and there are plenty, believe it or not. Why can't the town seek to explore that? And I would love to be a part of that. The second piece is that there's going to be a backlash and a lot of trouble when we do what we have been advised legally by a lawyer to do, by the Waterfront Advisory Committee, under no uncertain terms. You've opened this, you're leaving this open, you're leaving it's not even, the water table is not even appropriate and or capable of handling the boaters going in. It's sandy area. This is a place, quite frankly, where for years we've watched families come down with their kids and swim and wade and bring their canoe and bring their kayak. That is what we would love to be able to protect. We can't even protect that at this point. They're fighting with people and families telling them to get out of their way because they're coming down with a boat launch. So the bottom line is, we have to do what we have to do, as difficult as that is for me and for us. We're closing the road down, but we also acknowledge that there's a community need, and we want to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem.
All right, thank you for bringing it to our attention, Christine. Rob, I didn't know, or I see Terry, that you're there as well. I don't know if you jumped on to discuss this particular point, but if you two wanted to.
Yeah, so Terry and the Waterfront Advisory Commission have looked at this set of issues. We have no aversion to creating more public access to the water wherever we can. Doing so requires that we have a parcel of land that is appropriate for that access. And there is some development costs. If you're putting in a boat launch, as you know from our experiences on Upper Point Judith Pond, it's expensive to put boat launches in. There are grants, lots of grants have historically been available for public access to water, and particularly for boat launches. I've
seen that, excuse me, but I've seen that. I've researched it, and there are, through the, the fishermen's folks and the,
yep,
I have resources galore, but
there's absolutely historically been a lot of programs out there to support the construction and for the acquisition of land for public access. This is a highly prized, resource for communities on the shoreline. And we'd be happy to look into it. I will let the council know that none of these is going to be of no cost to the municipality. If we're going to engage in creating a new public access point in the Matunic area, there is going to be substantial local cost involved. With that, any thoughts on how we might proceed here?
Excuse me, Rob, I just wanted to add that, it was the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Rhode Island Sea Grants. Those are two. I saw the U.S. Fish and Wildlife have granted hundreds of thousands of dollars, not just in this state, but in multiple states, for public boat ramps and launch sites. And I don't know as much about the Rhode Island Sea Grant, but I did do some exploration of that in terms of, looking into that. I was told, I just want to add, I was told by the Waterfront Advisory Committee that, there are 3 public access points in Matunic. If any of you are familiar with them, they're little lined paths to carry something down or jump in the water. That's all they are. That's not any comparison to a need for a boat launch or, a capacity for a boat launch.
Right. So just on the financial issue, the challenge is that most grants are matching grants. Almost nobody gives you 100% grant money. And costs of constructing, of acquiring land if you don't have sufficient land, and then constructing a boat launch along valuable shoreline real estate can be very expensive.
I agree with you, but I'll tell you what, some of the pockets are getting deeper and deeper in this community as well as other communities. And I think if the public in the community feels a strong need for it, honestly, I think there are pockets that would help support that. I'm just going to tell you that's my opinion. I don't know that for a fact, but
happy to work with any group of citizens who wants to acquire a better access point for boats or for that matter, kayaks and pedestrians and swimmers and all of that. I mean, more access to the water is definitely a high value for this community.
Of course. And so I guess, I would ask for some feedback, on the Waterfront Advisory Committee, and the Harbor Master, which we've dealt with last couple of years. We've dealt with South Kingstown Police in extraordinary issues over the last season regarding the DUI boaters, the people, coming and going now from their boats, accessing through the Water Street area and then going and getting drunk and coming back. But most importantly, folks we have a need in order to be safe and be able to come and go from our property and to keep, quite frankly, even my little grandson safe. We have a need to close that road down. We would like to be a part of an action to address that need in the community because there is no other need. I mean, there is no other access that's sufficient, and the extraordinary need is crucial at this stage in this community.
All right,
Rob, are there Rory McInsey? Rob, are there possible grants we could apply for to seek funding to create a public access way to a boat ramp into the ocean? Is that something we could possibly explore?
There are certainly grants historically that have been available for this purpose. And whether or not those are well-funded grants at this point, we haven't explored recently. The first issue, though, is simply identifying a location. If we're talking about acquisition of land and then the construction of a slipway, it's going to be different than if we've already got land identified. So I'd turn to Terry and John for their thoughts on what we have that might work in this area. Terry, John?
Yeah, John Chalk, Public Services Director. So we actually have 4 right-of-ways that terminate on Potter's Pond, Washington Street, Lake Ave, Park Ave, and Atlantic Ave. But I think the one thing that needs to be presented is parking. The capital cost for a boat ramp would be significant. I think the bigger challenge is where would people with boat trailers park after they launch their vessels? There's no lands available, public lands available in those areas where we have a right of way for parking for boats. So I think boat trailers, I think that's, to me, is one of the more critical issues that, may be a stumbling block to try to develop a formalized boat ramp on Potter's Pond.
John, if I could, this is Terry Murphy, Director of Leisure Services. If I could jump in here. The Waterfront Advisory Commission did hear Christine last Thursday evening, really expressing the same type of concerns. And they obviously sympathize with her and the challenges that the residents on Water Street are facing. And as she mentioned, they really want to be good neighbors in the Matuna community, and they do embrace public access, but there is this point where it becomes something, they have the ability to do something which they don't want to do, but a message, most people think that road is public. And so the recommendations of signage that say that this is a private road, of a potential gate to be placed at the entrance to the roadway. No, it's not something that would be your first choice, Christine, but
it's not, but it is, yeah.
These types of things that they can do to try to get a message across. Again, people do think that's public. So as a first step, that is something that they recommended. And then on the town side, we do have the public access points. They are rights of way. They're meant to be accessible by pedestrian access with a kayak, those types of things for the neighborhood area. And then the Gooseberry Road boat ramp is the closest access point for a boat. But I think there has to be a bit more assessment done on the actual need for the area, and see what that brings up. And I think the Waterfront Commission is open to looking into that further.
I want to say, Terry, it is. I'm sorry, I don't see your name there. I want to thank you for reiterating that for me, because honestly, this is something that is like bringing me to tears. It's keeping me up at night at this point, and us here, because we want to be a part. We're part of this community, and we now are in a position where we have to be prepared for the backlash that's coming. And it is the saddest thing to see when we're in a town where honestly, and a community that does have some resources, and that probably would be part of this solution. I want to be part of this solution, but that we need to be able to exist here, and we can't do it this way. So that we know now pretty precisely what we need to do at Water Street, but we really want to be part of a plan for meeting the needs of this community that really does have a significant unmet need. When I tell you there's hundreds, I heard you talking earlier, and I hear a lot about Middlebridge, and I'm like, geez, Middlebridge is getting lots of attention. I'm not talking about tonight. I'm talking about over the last few years I've seen, and I have a friend over in that area. If I counted the numbers of trailers coming down from 6 a.m. through the drunkards leaving the Ocean Mist at 2 o'clock in the morning, the numbers would be in the hundreds through a season. And we can now no longer exist like that, but it does also scream that there is an extraordinary need. I'm not talking about the drunkards, but that's a whole legal issue. And we were told that if we don't put signage up and we don't tell them they can't use that road, then they can't respond accordingly legally and potentially criminally to these folks that are, drunk on the road. And we were also told we have legal liability for, for what happened.
Mr. President, if I may, I would suggest that we might be able to proceed in the following way. We can evaluate all of the public access points that we currently have. We can get to an assessment of how big a parking lot we would need, and we would at least know the challenge we face. Meanwhile, I think if the Rec Commission the Waterfront Advisory Commission just recognizes that there is a need for southern access to the pond, and just we keep thinking about how to resolve it, maybe an opportunity arises. Maybe there's somebody who decides that they live close to one of those access points, and they'd like to help with improving public access to the pond. Short of that, the costs involved are going to be pretty steep. We can,
Even with grants, you're saying, even with the potential for grants?
even with a grant, I think we're still looking at a pretty hefty price tag here. But again, you know, you don't know until you've sort of planned it out, until you've looked at it. We need to figure out how big a parking lot needs to be. We need to know how much land, what the potential cost is, and then we need to look at whether or not there's any public or private grants that might be put to that use.
Thanks, Rob. I think that that's a good suggestion. And in the interim, about sort of the enforcement of, say, I mean, I guess the private property holders there have to put up signage that indicates that it's private property. But on the street,
They're probably being advised to put a gate up as well.
Yes, we are. Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, of course, that sounds like it's probably necessary at this point. Is there any signage that the town should put at our end of that sort of entryway, or?
Boy, am I glad you mentioned that, because I'll be honest with you, I mean, there's 25 moorings that the town, that was one other piece, that, like I said, there's so many layers. There's 25 moorings plopped right outside of my backyard at that access point. And that again has had exponential growth. So what it's saying is to folks, this is the public access, this is your boat launch, and this is where you moor your boats. So I do, quite frankly, feel that some support from the town would be beneficial to us, and would, you know, and is needed.
So I think that does suggest that we've got some notice to do with folks who have public moorings, who have town moorings. And it may be something, John, we should look at whether or not we're going to have turnaround problems if Water Street is shut down. So just, if we're going to have turnaround problems, we don't want to be dead-ending trailers at a gate.
Well, they wouldn't be able to. It's, you know, Matunic Beach Road, and you know the ocean, you know Deep Hole, and you know the surf.
Yeah.
It's just exponentially, you know, exploded around here.
So we may need to do something on Matunic Beach Road to notify folks that they're going to be running into a dead end.
Exactly. Something like that in support of us, and then us doing our own piece would be extraordinary.
So maybe the
you know,
appropriate thing would be to send this to John at Public Works.
He'll have to work with the police department, but yes, I think that's appropriate.
So can you just delineate what the prospect is in terms of what you're saying, what you're suggesting right now?
The prospect of getting a public boat launch in Matunic within the next year is zero.
I understand that. No, I mean in terms of signage and what that may look like.
Not until we get out and have a look at what's on the ground. We're gonna have to just really sort of think through whether we make things better or worse by putting signs up.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, we do have, I purchase signs. We purchase signs. And we're prepared to put some signage up, but they're small signage. They're not town signage, you know? So I guess, is there someone that I would be able to communicate with, or at least correspond with, to get a sense of what is recommended from the town?
Sure. You can contact my office. I think John is volunteering as well.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
Contact either the town manager's office or the director of public services. John Chalk is going to be willing to talk to you and let you know what they're finding after they've gone out and had a look at what's going on the road.
So it would look like potentially something that says that, you know, potentially, I guess, what would a signage say?
So John Chalk from Public Service. So we do sign that private road by tradition with a street identifier sign. My thought would be to do something like no public access to Potter's Pond or something similar to that for a sign.
Would that be wonderful?
That we would put that out, obviously at Matunic Beach Road.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That would be wonderful. And it would allow us to then, it would support kind of that private issue that we have. And then also, like I said, address the large scale issue as a more long-term goal.
Great. Thank you. We're having a good, productive discussion here. Deb, I see your hand up. Is that still up or?
Yes, yes, it is. So my concern is, well, first of all, I'm concerned for the Chases and their property that, they don't have full use of it. So I think they're right in having to block it and redirect. But the question is, where are people going to go? What's the next road that they're going to go down when they can't go down Water Street? So I think we need to identify that and maybe be proactive if, again, we're on another course here of, a disruption. We need to identify in that area when the trailer's not going down Water Street, where's it heading?
Deb, that's exactly, those two pieces are exactly why I'm here.
Yeah.
What we have to do and what is the ramifications of that. And like I said, we're members of this community. We get it, and we love, all of us love our water and our pond, and we need access here. So I think it's unfair not to address that as well, which is why, like I said, I'll turn pages and do lots of research myself to try and address, what the alternatives for those folks, us folks, are going to be.
Right. There are long-term considerations, but I'm also very concerned in the short term. So
I agree. I agree.
Where are they going to go in June?
I agree. I agree.
Okay, good. Well, do I hear a motion on this item at this point?
Okay, so Debbie Kelso, I'll make a motion that we receive the communication from Christine Chase and John McCabe and direct the town manager, the staff to come up with a plan for signage and a long-term plan to address the issues.
Second that motion. Bryant.
We have a motion from Deb, second from Bryant. Any further discussion here? All right, is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And thank you, Christine. See where it goes from here.
I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, for your feedback, and for your knowledge of the bigger picture. It's the beginning of a discussion and a beginning of a support, and I'll do my work on.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Our next communication is communication H, a letter dated May 1st, 2020 from Lisa Manning expressing concern that the designation of Roy Carpenter's Beach as a campground prohibits them from operating at this time due to state COVID-19 restrictions. Rob, do you have?
Yes, Mr. President, we have been in communication with management over at Roy Carpenter's, with DBR, and with the attorney for Roy Carpenter's. In fact, I've got a meeting scheduled for Wednesday afternoon with DBR, the Department of Health, and the attorney for Roy Carpenter's. I'll be in a much better position to advise the council as to what the Department of Health, what the Department of Business Regulation, and what management over there would like to do after that meeting. We are working toward a solution. I don't know that we're going to get to a perfect solution. There are two primary issues that we're going to have to figure out. The first is how do you make sure that you're not trading a viral problem for a bacterial problem? The sewage treatment facilities at Roy Carpenter's are not public sewer. It's not a completely well-developed infrastructure. And then the second issue is just the crowds. The facility is designed largely for public restroom use and making sure that you maintain social distances at those. There is a public clubhouse or central location that's going to have to be handled. And there's also just the close proximity of the facilities. The number of people in the total area is going to be the largest concern. Again, after we've spoken to the Department of Health and DVR on Wednesday, I should be able to report back proposed solutions anyway.
Very good.
Abel, this is Bryant. Is Lisa Manning one of the attendees? And there's also someone that raised their hand.
Yeah, that was what I was just gonna check. So looks like RJ Stamp. If they're here to speak on this issue for Roy Carpenter's.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I had I don't know if you can see me or not.
No. There's a little video sort of recorder looking thing down in the bottom left of your screen that if you hit that, we should be able to see it. If
Hold
not,
on.
it's okay.
My wife's gonna help me here. She's a teacher. She knows all this about the Zoom stuff. Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Okay. So I'm just gonna talk.
And could you please identify yourself, please?
Yep. My name's RJ Stamp. I am also a cottage owner at Roy Carpenter's Beach, 16 East 10. I did speak with Colleen Camp about a week ago to voice my concern. I also sent the emails out to the town council. I'm not sure if you got them or not. I guess it seems like the only problem here is the toilets. We can't go to our houses. We've been advised not to go to our houses unless we have to work on them. But I can't take my family just to go there for the day because of some reason. Me personally, I have a porta potty in my house. It's a water flush porta potty. There's no difference than me quarantining in the house, which I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the 6 feet. Fine with the whole distancing thing. But why can't I personally go to my house that I own? I outright own. I have no mortgage on it. I pay property taxes on. Why can't I go to my house? That's the bottom line.
Yes, RJ, this is Abel. I can appreciate the frustration you must feel about those restrictions. And I think, what Rob said is that, he's going to try and seek clarification from state regulators on this. It's really not a town decision at this point. But I think I'm just going to have to ask you to be patient. I don't know, Rob, if you wanted to address RJ's points.
So I'm hopeful that come Wednesday, we'll have better guidance from the state. Again, the two issues are, it's the toilets are one element. The other element is just this notion that we have certain facilities that require people to congregate. They're designed to be places where people come together. Football stadiums are not going to be operating this summer. This is in some ways closer to a football stadium than it is a Western ranch. It's not a place where folks can isolate in comfort. They're going to have to come out to go to, in many cases, public restrooms. Not all of the cottages have got their own facilities. Some of them don't. And again, after talking to management and their attorney and DVR and the Department of Health on Wednesday, I hope that we're going to be able to give the folks at Roy Carpenter's better guidance. I don't know that we're going to hear from the state that they're just going to say no regulations apply or no rules apply, that everybody can go back to Roy Carpenter's as they did last summer. I don't know that we're going to be there, so I don't want to give folks the false sense that after Wednesday everything's going to be as it was last year. But I do think that we're going to get to a better understanding of the restrictions that the state insists upon. And we're going to be able to make sure that the state can explain how people can enjoy their property. I recognize this. To be honest with you, I'm feeling your pain. My son and daughter live in a property I own out of the state of Rhode Island, and I've not been able to see them for 2 months because I can't go there either. This is not fun, but what the rules are designed to do is keep everybody safe. And we've got to figure out how to balance folks, ability to be safe with our ability to enjoy the life and liberty that we're supposed to be enjoying.
Correct. Yes. I mean, but I'm not saying open the fire barn to have parties. I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking to tell them to go into my house that I own. This is like unconstitutional how I can't go to my property. That's my only beef. I don't care about the bathrooms. Close the bathrooms. Me personally, I got a porta potty. I take it home at the end of the day and dump it in my house, in my toilet. Some people have composting toilets, which is allowed in the state of Rhode Island. The state of Rhode Island even has composting toilets at their parks and recreation. They also have porta potties set up in their parks. If you look in the Rhode Island State Parks.com, it specifically mentions porta potties will be set up at some state parks. So what's the difference? If multiple people are using one porta potty, or I'm using my own porta potty in my own house that I own.
Hopefully we will know more in a couple of days.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, RJ. Do I hear a motion on the letter from Miss Manning?
This is Bryant. I'll make a motion that we refer the letter to the town manager's office and that the town manager respond after the meeting on Wednesday.
Second.
So moved. We have a motion from Bryant, second from Debbie. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries. And that brings us to the end of our communications for tonight. Item 9 is comments from interested citizens. If you've been patiently watching through the meeting and now you would like to make a comment about anything in particular, you are welcome to do that. Just state your name for the record. I will call on people in order that they raise their hand. If you're calling in on your phone, just hit *9. And I see Mark LaHood is the first to have his hand up. All right, Mark, you are in. You need to unmute yourself. And if you want to be seen, you can hit the little video camera thing.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Excellent. I don't know how I'm going to find the video. It won't show on mine. I have audio controls, but if you don't mind just listening to me. Thank you for listening, and thanks for holding these meetings, by the way. This was my first time doing this. I would like to comment on the plans for restaurants in terms of being able to open up in some of the public spaces in town. I was made aware of it through the article in the Times this week. I own the coffee house, Jonathan Madness. By the way, my name is Mark LaHood. I live on Cleveland Street. So my coffee house is in Marina Park, as is 210. I think it's a really interesting idea to help restaurants to build their business, especially when there's outdoor seating, is probably the first move that places are going to be able to do. I just don't know that Marina Park is the best if you're going to support restaurants at the expense of two that have already been there, and we already have outdoor seating. I can think of some other locations in town that I think would also be suitable, offer space for residents, maybe where there isn't even a restaurant relatively close by. Tuckertown would be an example of that. And I know it's kind of in the discussion stages, but I wanted to join the meeting today and bring it up and ask what the plans are moving forward. Another reason I felt I needed to ask is Well, and you're talking about a lot of places. Marina Park was mentioned 4 times in that article, which tells me that's kind of like on the A list, and that you may already be taking applications. And I felt the need to speak up, and I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you, Mark. And I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. To the point just made, there will be an item further on in the agenda about, what's it? Item H under new business. So we're going to advertise for a public hearing to discuss some of these issues at the next council meeting. But happy to actually, when we get to that item, if there's any, business owners on the call or in the meeting, think that they have valuable input into how that public hearing should be situated at the next meeting. Happy to take those comments at that time. Doral Beasley, I see your hand raised.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm on the meeting. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to ask a question first about the going out and getting signatures for petitions. So I know tomorrow at 4 o'clock is the deadline, and I got started late because I don't know if you've read the petition, and I don't know if any of you guys have seen the petition, but the petition actually references the state law. So when I was, and I wanted to make sure, because I had to be sure that whatever number I put down there for the number that I wanted to, for the money that I was asking for the reduction, I had to make sure that number was correct. Otherwise, it could have been challenged and it would have been thrown out. So it took me a few days to do that. I called the lawyer, I called Providence. So when I finally just knew that, I was really sure that I had the right number, that's when I went down. I submitted my stuff to the town hall, and I got my ballot sheets. And so then what happened was I was told somebody, with a friend of mine, I thought anyway, but that I was going to get some help. So it looked like there may be like 4 people or 3 people are going to help me. But when I was in about my 4th hour at the transfer station on Saturday, I got an email from this, or a text message from this person who said, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." So that obviously that puts it all up on me. Now, I can't tell you how, I'm not really, although you may think that I'm like this really outgoing guy, there are circumstances that I'm not so much, and that's going up to strangers and asking them for things is kind of weird for me. But anyway, so I took Mother's Day off. So I did it Friday, did it Saturday, and I did it today. I was at the town hall today doing it. Now, it's hard enough sometimes to get people to stop and listen to you, and last year, but in this COVID-19 thing, it's not like, you're not going to go loiter around. You're not going to go knock on somebody's door. It's like bizarrely harder. And I wanted to ask the council, I don't know even know if you have the authority to do so. I was asking the council if you would consider extending the deadline. And part of that, let me add, there's actually part 2. Whether or not you do extend it, I'm hoping that you have talked amongst yourselves, or you're going to talk and bring this up in discussion very soon. And that has to do with if in fact any of there's 3 petitions that are circulating in town. If in fact any of the 3 do get the 200 signatures that they need to be approved, so they actually could be voted on by the public on June 9th. The fact that a week before that in the Democratic, in the state primary, that they've gone to mail-in ballots, I can't see how that you would limit the voters' ability in this town to have to go to a polling place and vote. That, I mean, you know what happened in Wisconsin? Democratic governor, Republican legislator, Republicans wouldn't budge. They made people go to the places, and people got sick. We don't want that to happen here. I don't want it to happen here. And I don't think you want it to happen here. So I'm hoping, I haven't heard you talking about this at all, anywhere at any time. And I'm hoping you would think about that. So anyway, I have one more thing after that, but that's my request.
Mr. President, if I may, I can address this now. We're also prepared to address this during the manager's report. It's the council's preference. Would you prefer we deal with it now or?
Now is fine.
Okay, so we have been thinking about these things since COVID-19 hit us. And in fact, we've been trying to figure out what leniency we have in our charter rules that don't expose us to an invalidated referendum. Part of what we have to work through is the fact that our charter did not contemplate digital signatures. Our charter did not contemplate mail-in ballots. The charter is very clear that if 200 signatures are gathered and they're verified by comparing them to the voter cards, then the town clerk must schedule an 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. polling. There has to be a polling of the entire electorate. We've looked at whether or not we could do a mail-in. Mr. Beasley is exactly correct that this year, unfortunately, has become more complicated with a in-person referendum because the presidential primary will be on June 2nd, 1 week before the charter mandated date for the referendum. So the mail-in the mail-in primary is being funded with federal funds. The state has received federal monies to mail ballot applications out to everyone and to mail out ballots. We still, however, under the state rules, are going to have a public open polling place on June 2nd. People who want to come to the polls on June 2nd for that primary have to be given that opportunity, and there will be a polling place at the rec center on June 2nd. If we were to try to go fully mail driven, a completely mail ballot, which we can't do because we'd still have to have a polling place for those who can't get their application in time, who didn't think about voting on the referendum until the night before, we'd still have to have a polling place. But if we were trying to drive as much traffic to mail-in ballots, we'd have to spend 50 cents per application and mail 22,000 applications to residents. Then when we get the applications in, we're going to have to pay overtime to have staff process the applications for ballots and mail out ballots. We're guessing that the mailing alone is going to exceed our normally budgeted amount of $10,000. In fact, we're certain of it because we know we have 22,000 applications at 50 cents a piece. So mailing the ballots and the applications is probably closer to $16,000, $17,000. And then we still have to run a polling place. We cannot do this given that we've got a June 2nd primary. We cannot do this a week later. We simply do not have the resources. The town hall does not have enough people to get a mail-in ballot mailed out to everybody, processed and counted in a week after that period. The only way that we'd be able to comply with the charter deadline would be to hire somebody on the outside. We'd have to hire a firm to mail the applications out for us. We'd have to hire extra help to come into town hall to do the work that just isn't going to be possible to do because we're still cleaning up from the presidential primary. This referendum could be an extremely expensive proposition. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that we're talking 20 to, if we were to go with a firm, as much as $50,000. This is not going to be an inexpensive proposition. The easiest and safest way for us to proceed is to look for a way to do this in compliance with the charter in person and make sure that we are as COVID safe as we can possibly be. I don't love it. It is not, this is not an ideal circumstance by any stretch of the imagination, but the presidential primary being stacked the week before the charter mandated deadline is just making it impossible for us to proceed efficiently. It's gonna be tough. Susan, I know you've been pulling your hair out over this. Any thoughts that I've missed? Any observations that you'd like to share?
Abel, it's Mike Ursillo. Before Susan speaks, I know Rob said this was part of his manager's report, but it sounds like it's going to be a little conversation. Can we just have a quick motion to add this to the agenda for discussion, add the referendum to the agenda for discussion?
Do I hear that motion?
This is Bryant. I'll make a motion to add the item to the referendum to the agenda for discussion. I apologize.
Joe Veely, second.
So moved. Any discussion? Any opposed? All right, very good. Susan, did you have anything to add?
Well, we have been wrestling with this. The canvassing, if we get petitions filed tomorrow by the 4 p.m. deadline, my office will then have to begin verifying the signatures on the petitions. Next Monday, May 18th, the Canvassing Authority would meet to either certify or disqualify any petitions that get filed and to certify the final voter list for a budget referendum. We'd also have to determine the form of the ballot that would be used. At that point, if a petition is certified, I would then have to request the Board of Elections to print ballots for us. If we were to consider mailing ballot applications, and Rob is exactly right, it would have to be done by an outside firm. There is no way we could do it. I really do not see where there would be enough time to get the ballot applications printed, the voter list sent to the printer in order for them to do the envelopes and the mailings to 22,680 voters in this town. That couldn't possibly go out before the end of next week. There is no possible way. That means the following week, which is Memorial Day week, people may be receiving these applications in the mail. They would have to fill them out, return them to us. We would then have to process each and every one of them, which is an extensive process. If their signatures match, their addresses match, they're registered voters, we then would have to mail a ballot to them, which they would then have to vote and return to us in the mail again. They would have less than a week, really logistically, to even do that in order to get the ballots to us by the 9th, which would be the budget referendum date. And all of those ballots that are returned would have to be fed into the ballot machines at the end of the election day, which we would still have to hold at the rec center.
All of this also is out of ordinary practice. The charter is pretty specific on the process that's supposed to be followed here. It describes how signatures are to be gathered in general terms. I mean, it doesn't tell us no digital signatures, but you have to have, you know, an ink signature. Nonetheless, it's fairly clear from the charter and the practices that have been followed that we know how we're supposed to collect signatures on a petition. We know when we have to schedule an election. We know what that election looks like in terms of the day and the hours at which the polling is to occur. Anything we do that deviates from the charter provision puts the result in jeopardy of being challenged. So we could have an extraordinary election, and if someone finds fault with the way we've gotten there, we could have litigation. So we've been trying to avoid both litigation and extraordinary expense. It's not clear to me that we're going to be able to do either of those things. We may in fact find ourselves with a referendum that is expensive and a result that is challenged.
All right, can you still hear me?
Yes, Harold, we can hear you.
Okay, I just want to mention one thing. Some years ago, I did some research on special elections in South Kingstown. And what I found was turnout, even, you know, with good weather and no COVID-19, even in those conditions, turnout is pathetic. So I looked at, like, I don't know, maybe 10, I looked like at about 10 different years sets. So for South Kingstown, for presidential years, we get about a 65 turnout. For non-presidential years, it's about a 50 turnout. But when you go to special elections, the highest turnout for a special election that I could find was 20%. As a matter of fact, when Miss McEntee, when she ran up against a woman from Narragansett in a primary for that seat that she eventually got after she left the town council, she got the representative seat up in Providence. The turnout for that primary was 9%. So the likelihood of there going to be a lot of people that come out for this election is pretty bleak. On top of that, when I drove through Main Street today. There's nobody on Main Street. My daughter, has got a couple of kids at home. They haven't gone anywhere. Old, people my age, over 65, they're not going to want to go to the polling places. So I know you want to be cost effective, but can you be cost effective and really consider about the health of the public at the same time? I don't know.
Mr. President, I think Doral makes very good points. Mr. Beasley is exactly right that turnout at referendum are very low. However, if we're focusing on a mail-in ballot, the 4,000 people who show up at a poll aren't what we can use as our gauge. We have 22,600 voters who are registered. If we are mailing to some in order to encourage the ballot to come back through the mail, we've got to mail to all. So while we may not have in a regular referendum too many people showing up at the polls, the last time there was a referendum, there were 4,000, Susan?
4,408 people, which was 21.5% of the electorate in 2009.
But if we're going to go mail, or if we're going to focus on a mail strategy, then we have to mail out applications to 22,000. That's part of what drives the expense here. The other part of what drives the expense is we are burning out staff in the primary the week before, and we are still wrapping up primary the week of this referendum. So we're running into sort of a perfect storm where we're looking for a technology or a technique for running an election that we've never done before. And we're doing it at a time where we're already wrapping up an election using a technique that we've never done before. This is going to be a tough one.
It sounds daunting. So if we're doing it all in person, would our intention be to do it all at one voting location, or would we spread it out?
So
We
I'll
would
let
plan
Susan,
on using the recreation center, which we are going to use for the presidential preference primary. We're only using one section of the gym for the PPP. I would suggest that we use the entire gymnasium and double the amount of poll workers, if I can get them to work, if we have to hold a budget referendum.
so we're looking at ways to make sure that if we have to do a polling place on June 9th, we've got the social distancing that we need. It could be as simple as having people line up in their cars, park in a parking spot, get out and go into the building, come out, remove themselves from the parking space, have the next car pull in. We're going to be able to run a COVID-safe polling place. If we need to do this on June 9th, we'll be able to do so. I will point out that we are going to find it difficult to find poll workers because these are folks who are going to be exposed to everybody who's coming in the building. So that's going to be a challenge for us. And we will have had poll workers who just did this job the week before who are happy to do it once a year or once every couple of years, but trying to get them to do it twice in 2 weeks may be difficult. We also are going to have the challenge of, even if we have a primarily physical polling place, we know we're going to expect more emergency ballot applications, and we're going to have increased expense associated with that, with this. This is going to cost certainly more than we traditionally budget and have in fact budgeted for a referendum this year.
Rob, this is Bryant. Quick question. What happens if we can't find poll workers?
We would have to go to some sort of temporary service, and we'd have to train people. If we can't find local poll workers, we'll have to find others who we can bring in to do the job.
So at what point do we make that decision, I guess, is the question.
Susan, any thoughts on that?
They're required to be registered voters to work at a polling location. We could perhaps pull from other towns. That is allowed. We could perhaps pull from some of the town staff, which for the PPP, the Secretary of State has told us that we could do. It is not normally the practice for government employees to be able to work at the polls, but because of the situation and the difficulty in attracting poll workers, that has been allowed for this election for the PPP.
Let me just say one thing. I have a connection at URI through the Kingston Fire Department, where I'm the tax assessor. I can get for sure face shields for anybody who works in our polls. They're about as simple. They do it on a 3D printer. They're simple. They're cheap as heck. They'll give them to us, I'm sure. And like I'll send the link. I'll send the person's name to you if you want it.
Thank you.
I've already ordered actual protective shields, which are, I don't know, 3 feet, 4 feet tall, that will be placed in front of every poll worker supervisor who will be sitting there with the poll pad in front of them with an opening so that the poll pad can be turned for the voters to indicate their signature, initials, whatever it is that they're going to be doing. So that is being put in place, and we obviously would have to provide poll workers with as much protective equipment as we can gather. The state is also requiring us to have persons who will go around and disinfect the polling place throughout the day of the PPP. So that is also something that we would look to be doing for a budget referendum.
And Mr. President, to answer Mr. Beasley's question about whether the deadline for petition signature gathering can be extended, I think that the safe and fair answer, and Mike, please correct me if I get this wrong, but I think that the safe answer is because we are operating under an emergency declaration, we can move those dates. But moving those dates opens us up to someone saying, look, you deviated from the normal procedure and you're costing me $1 million, or you're taking $1 million away from the schools inappropriately. I'm going to challenge that.
Although it's easy under the emergency executive order to change ordinances, I don't feel we have that flexibility with charter provisions at all. So I wouldn't even, my advice to you and the council would be that we cannot do that for the charter. We can do it for ordinances, but not for the charter.
All right, thanks, guys. And any further comments on this particular issue? All right, well, let's get back to comments from interested citizens. If there's anybody in the meeting who would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this point. All right, I don't, Doral, I see your hand raised again. Just a final comment. I mean, this is public comment. It's not really a public hearing for questioning people.
Right, okay, this, no, this is comment. All right, so it's just, this is a comment on this year's budget process. The fact that our town, by our charter, starts the budget process, you know, school department's doing their thing, you guys are doing your thing. It starts like in December, January, February, and you get together in March, that first meeting, the joint meeting. After those March 2nd and 3rd joint meetings, the COVID-19 thing hadn't really kicked in at all. As a matter of fact, the first notice that something really unbelievable was going on was after the March, I think it was the March 21st, was probably the week of after the 21st of March, when the first unemployment numbers came out for Rhode Island. With that first week, that first bizarre week, was 35,000 people filed for unemployment that first week. We're now 7 weeks into that, and it's over 150,000 people in Rhode Island have filed for unemployment. But what bothers me about this year was that the town council, you have a fiduciary responsibility, in my estimation, to do the best you can to keep taxes low. Now, I know the town manager was informed, and I think he probably passed this on to you guys, informed you about this law 16.723 Part A, that's been the law in Rhode Island for 22 years. I can't even begin to express how dismayed I am. It was this one sentence that was added to that law. It was like it was written for South Kingstown. It was written for a town whose enrollment in their public schools was declining. Our public school enrollment has declined in South Kingstown for 19 straight years. To have, I'm sorry, Mr. Ursullo, to have our solicitor, to have our prior town manager and our prior CFO, who walked on water, as far as I know, is what's here. It's beyond my comprehension that how this town didn't know about the one sentence in one law that could have saved this town as far as, I haven't quite figured it out, but I'm closing in on $150 million. Okay, so if you knew about that, and I'm pretty sure you knew about it at some level this year, to disregard it when you drive down Main Street and see business after business closed, a lot of those businesses are never going to open up again. And to that little flam thing where you took your rainy day funds out to make it a level to keep the taxes the same as last year, that wasn't good enough this year, ladies and gentlemen. That wasn't good enough in any way, shape, or form. This was the year that you as a town council needed to say to the school committee that you're going to have to go with less money. We have, since the year 2000, when we go into the 2021-22 year in our school district, the amount of money that we've paid for just salary and benefits, this is compensation, and these numbers come right out of your budgets. I've added them all up. 21 years will be over $1 billion, okay? For the school district to say, oh, you can't take money from us because what are we gonna do? This year, they have over $2 million of savings because schools closed. When they said, well, we've already paid 3/4 of our money to the transportation company, and we only have 25% less left to pay them, well, then go get your money back, because there were 62 school days left when the schools closed. I know you're not going to go back and revisit your budget, but to have disregarded this law for 22 years, to me, is like tantamount to the most incompetent things I've ever seen. If I was a member of your town council tonight, I would be asking for the solicitor's resignation.
Mr. President, if I may, I will just point out for the record that the statutory provision that Mr. Beasley's pointing to is an optional provision. The state statute allows a municipality to determine its minimum level of effort using one of two different methodologies. Neither is mandatory. In the case of a community with a declining student population, they may choose to go to a per pupil calculation as opposed to using the number that had been used the year before. There's nothing in the law that's been violated. There's nothing in the law that requires a policy choice to go with one or the other.
Okay, but this is how I was explaining it to people today. Say you have a school district of 1,000 students, and for this year, for every student, it costs $10,000 to educate them. Now, next year, you have 1,200 students. So the law says for you to have equitable schooling for the new 200 students, that you have to provide them with at least what you provided with the students for this year. So those 200 new students are also going to have $10,000. So next year, you'll have $10,000 minimum for 1,200 students, plus your additional monies that you pay for your contractual increases for your workers, your people. Okay, but in the case of the opposite case, so you have your 1,000 students, and the next year you have 900. So the law says that you take those 10,000 times 100 students, you can take it out of your budget, and then the new budget is created by 900 students times 10,000. Now, if you want to give more money to the schools, you want to make it $11,000 per student, that's okay. And the contractual things added. But here's the rub, right? We've lost 36% of our students, 36% over 18 years. The decline in enrollment of our students has dropped 36%, and the decline of our FTEs, full-time employees, is 28. The differential this year would be like, I think it's 396. So we're at 444. It should be like 396. But that's if the two slopes were parallel. But even 396, ladies and gentlemen, is just barely over 7 FTE per 7 students per FTE. That number is that ratio is still too low. That's why we can't afford to build a new high school. And it may be an optional thing, Mr. Town Manager, but for this community where you have people hurting this year, they should have given us, the school committee shouldn't have given us a break because of the savings they were getting. And from going forward, I'm going to make sure everything that I can do, that law that's been in the books for 22 years is going to start being followed in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Doral. I see Ed has his hand raised.
Hello, everybody. How you doing this evening? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, please just state your name for the record.
Sure, it's Ed Mizak. I live at 223 Rodman. I just wanted to comment on the amount of money that's going to schools. And I constantly hear it kind of going back and forth that whenever there's something budget that comes up, that people want to say, well, why can't we give less to the schools? Why can't we cut their budget? And I'm wondering, everybody in this town really, really loves the value of their property. And property value is directly correlated to how good the schools are in an area. Now, if we want to keep cutting from the schools, which I know it's not really even a topic point tonight, but if we keep bringing up and people keep bringing up, hey, let's give less money to the schools, well, then the quality of the schools is going to go down, and that's going to directly decrease the property value of a lot of people's homes, which would stink. I think honestly, yeah, the schools could probably look at their budget and trim a little bit back. I'm sure every school district in the state could. But to constantly go back to whenever we're talking about money and budgetary things, and I know people are hurting right now, but the last thing we should be talking about is taking money away from the schools and the kids in this area. That's really all I had to say.
Thank you, Ed. Do I see any other hands raised? That being the case, are there any comments from council members? All right, then let's proceed to town managers.
All right. I do not have a flag report tonight, but if I can share my screen, I am just going to put a list of items up so that I don't forget anything as we go through this tonight. Just on the COVID-19 update, Town Hall continues to operate as a reservation-only operation. We are continuing to provide all of the services that we have provided during the course of the COVID-19 emergency. All services from the town are available. Marriage licenses, birth certificates, death certificates are all being issued. Land recordings are continuing to be made. We are still doing building inspections. We are still doing the issuance of building permits, all of the permits that one might need for zoning and zoning board reviews are continuing. The planning board continues to review plans and approve plans for projects throughout town. The police department is completely operational. There have been some modifications to the protocols that are being used by the police, but they are responding to all emergencies. We are continuing to provide EMS services. EMS services are actually a little bit down year over year. And we think that what's happening is that folks are not calling the ambulance because they're afraid of contracting COVID-19 if they go to the hospital or if they're taking the ambulance ride. We'd encourage folks to seek medical help. If you think you've got a medical problem, please. We're taking every precaution to make sure that we are not going to be infecting folks, and we're working with the hospitals to make sure that they know that we're bringing folks in, and they're taking all the precautions. If you think you have a medical issue, please, our EMS, our emergency medical services are ready to help, and we don't want folks to become sicker or have health issues because they're afraid of COVID-19. The decline in year over year is about 10%. It is not, it's not a huge drop, but it is noticeable. But our crews are operating 24/7 out of the 2 stations at this point. Other than that, we are beginning to work with the business community to begin outlining how we're going to do some of the reopening items. We've got that on the agenda, so I'll wait and discuss that with the council when you get to those topics. We do need to talk about the renewal of the emergency declaration that's on the agenda tonight as well. The governor has renewed her declaration. Some of the executive orders are beginning to fall by the wayside, but the underlying emergency declaration is intact. And in order for us to continue to have the regulatory flexibility we need, and we'll talk about this as well, an emergency declaration is going to be necessary for us to be able to enforce the state rules and to, again, provide the regulatory flexibility that we need at this point as we start looking toward reopening. And I will also note that we're actually getting to one of the more critical times in this crisis. We're not at the end of this thing. We're not even, I'm gonna do my Winston Churchill thing here. We're not even at the end of the beginning. We're just at a point where we have some sense of what this thing is about, but we could see this really get ugly if we see spikes in the summer, and we are going to be able to react. We're going to have to be able to react very quickly if things turn bad. I will also point out that everyone is under stress. We're seeing a lot of folks who are just, without a doubt, experiencing the kind of social isolation, the kind of economic stress. We've got a lot of problems going on right now. I would urge town residents and folks who contact town hall to avoid making threats to town employees. We've had a couple of really unpleasant incidents over the last week or so. It is not appropriate to make threats or to be insulting or demeaning to the town's employees. Everyone who works for the town of South Kingstown is working their very hardest to make sure that we all get through this thing. And while, again, I appreciate that folks are frustrated, we can't have this kind of conflict. It's not helpful. And frankly, it's not helpful for us to have time being spent dealing with calling the police out and having to go do interviews and track folks down to find out what the root cause of the threat or the attack was. At this point, we've had no physical attacks, but we have had pretty confrontational engagements, and it's not helpful. I'd appeal to everyone's better angels, and we'll work with you to help solve the problems. We're not the problem. The budget referendum update is what we've just done with Mr. Beasley. We do have a bond referendum legislative proposal on the agenda for later this evening. I will not go into that in great detail here. I'm happy to answer questions. I will simply say that after talking to our financial advisor, after talking to the town finance director, my recommendation to the council is going to be that we not seek legislative language at this time. I do think that it's important for us to get our construction plans in place, but I think that the markets are uncertain enough. The financial footing of the community is not uncertain, but is not, you know, we're not on absolutely rock solid ground should we be going to the market looking for a large debt increase. So I think that there's, again, I'm happy to answer questions when we get to that section of the agenda. I think there's just enough uncertainty in the general markets, in the bond markets in particular, and in the finance future. We don't know what revenues are going to be from the state. We don't know what things are going forward. I will say that we did just issue bonds, $4 million worth of bonds associated with the work that was done for the vestibules, the security vestibules, and some roof work for the schools over the last few years. And we did come back with a very, we got a very favorable rate. We came in at 2.58%, which is relatively, well, no, it's cheap. I mean, it's inexpensive money. But Moody's and the folks looking at our offering also recognized that that was nowhere near coming up against a debt cap or a debt, you know, threshold for this community. It was a small issue. We issued $4 million. It was not a, you know, it was not a huge sum. Road safety improvements on Middlebridge, we've already talked about. I think we've covered Roy and Mary Carpenter's as well with the public comments. And we will come to the infrastructure improvements for businesses. So that will wrap my manager's report, unless there are any questions.
Any questions for Rob?
Rob, I have a quick question. This is Bryant. The threats that have been made against town employees, have any of them been face-to-face, or are they mostly over the telephone?
No, we're seeing emails, we're seeing phone calls, and there was one face-to-face last week.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other comments, that brings us to appointments. There are some things to discuss here. For the Housing Authority, we've interviewed a number of people, 2 tonight. So I'm just going to read through their names, and maybe we, you know, somebody can make a resolution if they found some that they found particularly worthy. So the applicants are, well, Wendy Romero did not attend the February 24th interview. Katie Reed did not attend her interview. Eleanor Reynolds also did not attend. She is still interested and able to Zoom if we so wish. John Glasheen applied, and he was interviewed on the 24th of February. Susan Straykosh, similarly. John Taylor Ellis, we also interviewed him on the 24th. Christy Soret, we interviewed this evening, and Charlene Trainum, we interviewed this evening. And we have 2 open slots on the housing.
Abel, this is Brian DeCruz. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Christy Charette, is that how you say that? And the other person that we interviewed today,
Charlene Trainum.
Yeah, Charlene Trainum, to the Housing Authority.
So do we need a second before we make a resolution to appoint someone else?
Joe Veely, second.
So we have a motion and a second. Discussion at this point, Deb.
Yeah, so we had some really good candidates that we interviewed in February as well. John Glasheen and John Taylor Ellis and Susan Strikosh, I believe. I don't want us to overlook them because the two folks we saw tonight are front and center. I believe Mr. Glasheen would be an excellent candidate, and he would be my first recommendation for the board.
This is Mike Grisso. I have a suggestion that we take these appointments then one at a time.
Let's see. Okay. In that case, Brian, do you want to retract the motion and make a first motion on one of the candidates? Or, I mean, we can continue to discuss this motion as well.
I apologize. I was muted. I will retract my original motion. I will make a motion to appoint Christy Charette to the Housing Authority.
Do I hear a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Christy. So any discussion on Christy?
Joe Veely, so kind of important that we make at least one, but preferably both appointments tonight. I mean, they're in danger of not reaching a quorum. This is a difficult decision. We had lots of good candidates before us. I agree with you, Deb. The two candidates from February were both very good. So this is a difficult decision, but I mean, I can support this nomination.
Thanks, Joe. Further comments? Rory, you look like you were about to talk.
Yeah. Now, as far as one of the candidates, I really support Charlene Treenum, who we spoke to tonight. She really appears to know the communities that the Housing Authority oversees. I see that as a big plus. She appears to have experience working on boards or working with some sort of leadership in the areas that the Housing Authority will focus on. I'm not too familiar with a lot of the experience for the person we're about to vote on now. I just want to get those words out before we go down a path and vote on one and then have one spot available. But 100% support of Charlene Treenum.
Rory, I believe the first person that we're voting on, their experience is social work, and then also working for the school department, and has been involved in that community as well for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I think Christie's experience does speak well to the position. Similar in some ways to John Taylor Ellis's experience as a social worker. So, I mean, we have a ton of great candidates here. I would be happy to vote for Christie.
And Abel, I agree with you that we have a ton of great candidates, and I know it's kind of different because the other folks were interviewed so far long ago. And it's great that we live in a place that we have so many people that are interested. I think unfortunately for me, the two people that were interviewed today for different reasons, especially with Charlene, going through the process, living it, volunteering over the number of years in the community, moving out and coming back and wanting to help, I think would definitely help that particular housing authority, having someone like Charlene on there as well. Just my personal opinion at this point.
All right. So if I can just say something, there isn't anyone here that I wouldn't support. So I agree. We have really great candidates, and that's wonderful. So I can't think of any reason not to support any one of these candidates.
Appreciate that.
I just believe that Mr. Glasheen's time at the Housing Authority, 15 years running the South Kingstown Housing Authority, gives him, the Community Action, South Kingstown Community Action, not the Housing Authority, gives him a very good background in what we're looking for.
Yep.
So Abel, that first motion that I made, are we, I guess?
Yeah, if we're prepared to vote on that, I'm okay with that. So we have a motion and a second for Christy Charette, however you may pronounce that. Is there any further last commentary? Let's do a roll call vote, just make it more official, I suppose.
Are you ready?
I'm prepared.
Okay. Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Veely.
Aye.
That is a unanimous vote to appoint Christy Surratt.
Thank you. All right, so go through it all again. Do I hear a motion on any of these?
I'll make a motion to appoint, this is Bryant, Charlene Trainum to the Housing Authority.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Motion by Bryant, second by Rory. Discussion on Charlene. I mean, I think we said a little bit as we were discussing Christy there. Certainly has a lot of experience that would be relevant to this board, and I think also, I don't know. I'm enthusiastic about putting her on the board. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, I think we should do a roll call vote again.
Okay, and then after we do this, I will ask you which candidate is going to get which term, because one expires in October of this year and one expires in October of 2021. So on the motion to appoint Charlene Trainum to the Housing Authority, Council President Collins.
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz.
Aye. Whoops.
Councilwoman Kelso.
Aye.
Councilman McEntee.
Aye.
And Councilman Veely.
Aye.
Thank you. So
And, yeah.
which one is getting which term?
This is Bryant. My preference would be to have Charlene Trainum do the term ending in 2021.
Second.
Is this a?
No, that was just my comment, but
Yeah, do we need a motion for this, Mike, or how do we?
Yeah, unless there's going to be total consensus, you're going to have to vote. I mean, if everyone likes that motion, I would go ahead and make it and vote on it.
Okay, so
all right. This is Bryant DeCruz again. I'll make a motion to appoint Charlene Trainum to the term ending in 2021 to the Housing Authority.
we have motion second. Any discussion? Any opposed? All right, that carries. And thanks to all the people who applied for the, that's a very important board for the town. And thank you for your interest. The planning board, we do have some reappointments. So I guess we'll need to bring those folks in for interviews. Susan, if you could schedule Maria Mack, Joe Murphy, and Peter DeStefano, that would be great.
Okay.
Abel, Joe Veely, I'd like to make a motion to move Bill Mark to a permanent member of the zoning board and move, unless you want to take them separate, William Rosen to the first alternate.
We can take those together. Do I hear a
I'll
second?
This is Brian.
Motion by Joe, second by Bryant. Any discussion? These two? All right, let's do it by roll call.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz, there you are.
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Bailey.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
And Abel, one more, can I reappoint William Rosen to the trustees of the South Kingstown School Fund?
Second.
Motion by Joe, second by Deb. Any discussion? We'll do it by roll call. Why not for Bill?
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Bailey.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous as well.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, that brings us, let me get back on my agenda here. It's a new business. 12A is a resolution adopting the town beach policy for the 2020 season as shown on Exhibit 1, attached to the agenda, further described in a memo from the Director of Leisure Services to the town manager dated May 5th.
And Terry is in the room. She's prepared to give you a full briefing on this.
Perfect.
Good evening. Am I okay to go, Rob? Okay. Terry Murphy, Director of Leisure Services. Good evening, everyone. As my memo to Rob explained, the proposed town beach policy for the 2020 season was taken under consideration by the Rec Commission on May 4th at a special meeting. It's been adjusted to address the current and anticipated COVID-19 situation that there are many pieces that are unknown at this point. And what we attempted to do with this proposed policy was to look at limiting capacity on the town beach and changing operational protocols in order to address the safety of both patrons and staff at the town beach. It's in line with the governor's Reopen Rhode Island phased in approach for the state in terms of parks and beaches. We're assuming that phase 2 will be in effect as of Memorial Day weekend. Of course, all of this is subject to change. That's been made very clear at the start of the policy language, where it does state, as beach operations are assessed and restrictions are lifted or reimposed, this policy will be subject to change. It's really the only way we can move forward in any way with really addressing, having something in place to start with, and then like everything else, we will adjust if need be as we go along. What I'd like to point out is that we have presented a maximum capacity of 1,200 patrons on the beach based on a formula in direct relation to the size of the beach and looking at a 50 square foot area for each patron. That probably reduces the capacity down from, and this is a very ballpark figure because we've never actually counted heads on a busy summer day at the beach, but we're looking at probably down from what would be 2,500 on a busy summer Saturday where it's 85 degrees. So there will be a significant reduction as we broach the beach season. In terms of the policy itself, there are 3 changes reflected in the fee schedule that are directly related to the reduced maximum allowance of patrons on the beach. The sale of season passes will be set at a maximum of 850 resident season passes. That is down from, in 2019, as a frame of reference, we sold approximately 1,000 season passes to residents. The second item is a suspension of the sale of non-resident season passes. That does not include day passes, so there will still be an opportunity for non-residents, obviously, to visit the beach by purchasing a day pass on any given day. And the third is a suspension of the sale of non-resident transferable passes. And just as another frame of reference, we only sold one transferable pass last year. And last year was actually the first year that we ever sold a non-resident cottage pass. So that's not really an issue. But the commission decided at their May 4th meeting that in light of the circumstances, that they would prefer suspending the sale of the season passes so that it would provide a higher number of passes to taxpayers and residents of the town. The fee schedule itself has not changed from 2019. All the fees will remain the same. Storage lockers, we have the same number as we've had in past years. That hasn't changed. Those are the significant changes. We will be obviously updating our protocols for cleaning, for how we operate our restrooms, how the lifeguards are situated on the beach for life safety operations with only one guard per chair. There will be guards on the beach and guards in chairs. We will be monitoring, basically doing head counts so that we can keep track of the capacity that we're not at capacity at or over capacity at any given time. And that does include walk-ons. So we will be implementing monitoring of the pedestrian access points as well as the parking lots, at least as we start this process. Again, there's a lot of unknowns here. I will say that our beach on weekdays typically would not hit a 1,200 person capacity. We don't see that as being a challenge unless there's some pressure point from obviously other beaches who have limitations in place that could push us to those maximums. I will also say that we have been in conversations with other coastal communities as well as DEM. We are all trying to put in place consistent guidelines so that there is no one beach, one area that's going to take an immense amount of pressure if they choose to set different parameters on their beaches. So it is a moving target. We are hopeful that come Memorial Day, the governor is, allowing for phase 2 to take place. And then we are open on weekends until June 15th is when we kick over to 7 days a week for a beach operation. And at that point, if things look good, that looks like the start of a phase 3. Again, this is a moving target. We are doing the best we can to kind of present something that we have to try at this stage. And if things change at the state level, they will likely change at the local level as well.
Thanks, Terry. Any questions for Terry? Sorry, this is Abel.
Oh, I do. First, how are you going to monitor where people are going on the beach? Like, how are you going to keep blankets apart 50 square feet? Like, how is that going to work?
So that's a good question. A large part of this is personal responsibility, that the people who will be coming to the beach will have to follow the social distancing guidelines as set forth at a state level. And our staff will be strolling the beach, monitoring the beach, and as best as we can, ensure that groups who are together obviously can be closer together, but that there are certain distances between each group. It will be challenging, but we are relying on the public to take some of that responsibility to make sure they do that. If that isn't the case, then we have to we have to go back to the drawing board and look at either reducing the capacity so that people can spread out further, or take another action. But at this point, we're relying on our patrons to be able to be responsible enough to follow the guidelines.
And I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunity to let folks know what you expect of them, right? When we come into the gate, and, you know, on the beach itself, perhaps, you know, some signage or guidelines. So
absolutely, there will be clear signage.
There.
Our gate people, the people at the pedestrian pathways will all be providing the same message, which is please follow the guidelines. We can only operate our beach if people are willing to follow the guidelines to have any beach season at all at this point.
My other question was, did the Recreation Commission take up the question of, if you don't reach the 850 season resident passes, if you don't sell that many, is there an opportunity for a non-resident at some date to buy, you know, was there a date affixed to, if we don't have 850 sold by July 4th, you know, we'll open up the excess. If we only sold 800, will we open up the 50 to non-residents?
Right. They did not take that up at this meeting. I think that goes with the overall caveat on the policy that states if restrictions are loosened, if there are developments that allow for us to either have more people, or we see that we're not at capacity in terms of our past sales, that would be something that we could bring before them to reconsider. One of the things I will point out, though, is that we do get residents who don't buy a season pass until August, when they are planning to be on vacation. And so we have to be a little bit careful about how we move forward in that regard.
Okay. All right. And was it ever addressed about weekends? So we're allowing day passes to be purchased. Did the commission talk about just allowing residents in to a certain hour on the busy days, on the weekend days? Did they talk about allowing, you know, resident day passes sold and resident beach stickers sold on those days where you would reach capacity?
That is addressed in the policy. Actually, that's been in the policy for several years now, is that at the discretion of the beach management, depending on what type of weather day it is, and you can pretty much anticipate when we're going to have a full beach, that beach sticker holders are allowed parking until guaranteed parking until noon.
And what about residents who want to buy a day pass? Are they accommodated in that policy? So not a non-resident day pass, but a resident
Right.
day pass.
Not specifically the day pass purchasers, but the season stickers, sticker holders are addressed.
Right. Yeah, my concern is that residents will come who do not have a season sticker, right? And want to access the beach, but it's full from non-resident daily sales, right? So you've allowed non-resident daily sales in, and I just didn't know if that was even addressed.
It was not addressed. It's something that we could be taken under consideration. I will say that on a typical season, it's rare that our parking lots are actually closed. But again, this isn't a typical season, so I understand
we may reach that 1,200 threshold or we reach the 1,100 threshold and then take 100 non-resident day passes, right?
Right.
Right. Now a resident comes to buy a day pass and they cannot. So I didn't know if there was any preference for the day passes on a day when you're
that
going
is
to reach
not
the threshold.
Yeah, that's not addressed in this policy.
Okay.
At this point.
All right. That's all my questions.
Terry, this is Bryant. I just have a comment. I can't imagine how difficult it's going to be to have a town employee try to figure out if parties are together or not. Is there going to be a certain number of people that can be sitting on the beach together?
That would be whatever the group size would be as part of the phase in. Phase 2 is, I think it's group 10, phase 3, 15, and then ultimately we get into the larger group sizes. But those are we are using those benchmarks in terms of how we assess beach capacity and distance between groups. But again, this will be difficult to manage, but we hope that with enough messaging to our patrons that they will abide by it. And I think this is something that we likely will have to revisit after our first few days of real warm weather, where we start to see numbers tick up as to whether or not 1,200 is a viable number. At this point, it's a jumping off point for us.
And Terry, one last thing. The other thing, one of the best things about our beach is the fact that we have the green space out there. Like children can play, etc. Picnics. I think if I remember correctly, there are grills out there. I can't remember.
Yes, there are some grills.
It's been a while. So I guess we're going to have to make sure that's kind of controlled in a way as well, right? Distance.
Yes, which is one of the reasons why we capped 1,200 on the beach capacity, but we can't then open up this green space as added space, because eventually everyone will migrate down to the sand at some point, and then that 1,200 capacity becomes 1,300, 1,400, whatever it might be. So the green space is really part of when you are allowed onto the beach property. That's an area where you're able to walk and recreate as long as you're socially distanced. And that's what most people do. When the visitors come, they are up at the picnic table having lunch, and then they will go down to the beach to their blankets on the beach, that type of thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, do I hear a motion on 12A?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12A.
This is Bryant. I'll second.
We have a motion from Rory, second from Bryant. Any further comment?
I just have one, and that's just a housekeeping item. When you look at the actual town beach policy on line, I don't know, D4, line F, right? It says paragraph C4 again, but it should be D4. There's some things like that jumped out at me a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and the next
The
line
formatting.
too, on G, it's says paragraph C. You know what I mean? That just needs to be changed.
Yep.
Some housekeeping.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we have a motion, we have second. Any further comments? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 12B, a resolution authorizing the town manager to negotiate and execute a 30-year lease agreement with New Singular Wireless of Nebraska for a tower structure at the Public Safety Complex, contingent upon review by the town solicitor and subject to site plan review and approval by the town's building official, Director of Public Services, Fire Alarm Superintendent, and Chief of Police. Further described in a memo from the Fire Alarm Superintendent to the town manager.
That's great. I see Lance has come on even on his day off. So look at that. This is a lease that's been a long time in coming. It'll generate $35,000. It is a new tower, and beyond that, I'm going to let Lance describe the trials and tribulations of getting here. Nope, you're muted, Lance.
You're good now. Oh, yeah.
There we go. AT&T wanted to build a new 185-foot tower on the northwest property of the police station. AT&T also does FirstNet. It's for, they have the government contract for first responders for communications on your cellular phones. So if there was a major event the superhighway would be left open for first responders. And that's pretty much it. They came to us looking to fortify their network. And this tower would also have lease space available for other carriers that needed to help their area around here.
And we'll be able to port over our antennas as well. So the
Yes.
tower will support the town infrastructure that's currently on the tower that's there.
All right. Do I hear a motion on 12B?
Joe Veely, motion to approve 12B.
Second.
Motion from Joe, second from Deb. Any further discussion?
Just this is Brian. Just one quick question. New Singular, is that part of AT&T or is that some sort of?
Yes, it's doing business as AT&T.
Okay.
They're the one and the same.
Thanks.
All right. Further comments? All right. Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Brings us to 12E, a resolution affirming the extension of the due date for fourth quarter property tax payments from May 1st to June 1st, 2020, as authorized by the town's emergency order 2020-08, shown on Exhibit 2, attached to your agenda. Further described in a memo from the Assistant Town Solicitor to the Town Council and Town Manager dated April 30th. So this resolution just codifies what the town manager has already done. I don't know if we need to hear from Rob in particular. Do I hear a motion on it?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12E.
Debbie Kelso, second.
We have a motion from Rory, a second from Deb. Any further comments?
I just have a quick comment. Do we see it potentially, are we going to have to do another month of an extension potentially, Rob? Do you think? For some of the businesses that may not be opening quite just yet?
You're muted, Rob.
I muted myself. So there's a lot that goes into this whole, should we be doing this? Shouldn't we be doing this? Most of our tax bills come in, the payments come in because the money is escrowed by a bank. That's the vast majority of payments. Most payments are not mom and pop shop that, actually has to have the cash in hand to make the quarterly payment. So when we do this, we begin to mess up the automated bank payment system, and that can be disadvantageous to us in the long run. It could actually hurt everybody in the long run. I also worry that if we are letting folks delay and delay and delay, at some point, having been a person in this circumstance in the past, the more you put it off, the harder it is to actually get even at some point in the future. So I don't know is the answer. I don't know whether we're going to find that it is the best thing for us to be doing, delaying this. I will also point out that this is a very, very unusual circumstance. We had actually two memos on this question that the council will remember went to the council. One that went on April 23rd that said, you can't do this. We don't have the legal authority to do this. And then one on the 30th that says, no, you can do it because you're operating under an emergency declaration. If it weren't for the emergency declaration, we couldn't do this at all. And that's because the state legislature has a very rigid set of controls on how municipalities give tax relief. And the reason they've done that is because they don't want you to get the municipality in trouble. And they also don't want you to be favoring some taxpayers over other taxpayers and creating an inequitable tax collection system. That policy that underlies that set of laws really still applies. We can defer the tax date. We can't do a whole bunch of other things, but because the governor postponed the due date for personal income taxes, we're able to do this by analogy. And really, we're probably able to do this mostly because nobody's going to object to having their tax bill delayed. But it's not perfectly clear that this is, if there were anybody challenging it, would survive that challenge. So this is a very unusual step. It's one that deviates from a very well-established state policy, and the fundamental principles behind that state policy are still sound.
Thank you, Rob, for the explanation. Just one thing, if we do decide to do it again or extend, if we could give people, more time to know that we're going to be extending at that point.
Again, we would have happily given folks more notice. We had an evolving circumstances, and there were communities that jumped out in front of the legal analysis. We waited for the legal analysis.
Sure. Any further commentary on this one? All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 12G, a resolution establishing the COVID Economic Recovery Committee, approving its charge and membership. This is shown on Exhibit 4. There are a couple blanks that we should fill in here.
This is Brian. I think we missed F.
No. Sorry. Oh, yes, sorry. 12F, resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency adopted at an emergency session on March 15th, 2020, subsequently renewed on April 13th, shown on Exhibit 3. Rob discussed this briefly earlier. I don't know if we need a lot more discussion. Do I hear a motion or?
Debbie Kelso, I'll make a motion to approve item 12F.
Second.
So motion by Deb.
Joe
second.
Deely, just a comment. I won't bore you with the reasons again, but I will be opposed to this. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, this is Bryant. One of the things I'd like to see potentially in here, or I don't know if we have to do it tonight, but we could always discuss it later, is with the executive actions. And I think things are lightening up a little bit right now, but I think Rob still needs to have this ability to make quick decisions on things that need to get done. But I'd like to see the council maybe at the following meetings of each decision that is made, just go through and ratify all of those decisions at the executive emergency act that Rob makes.
Okay. I think that that's easily done. All right, any other commentary? Discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second on 12F. We'll do this by roll call, please.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President Cruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Veely.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. And now we get to 12G, which is the resolution establishing the COVID Economic Recovery Committee. Exhibit 4 on the agenda. This was something we discussed briefly at the last council meeting. Thank you for putting it together, Rob. So if you want to go over a quick recap of the intentions here.
Sure. The idea here is that we want to have a broad, multi-sector group that is sharing their thoughts and ideas with the council and with the town administration as we go forward and do things like a town beach policy or some of the other ideas that have been floated around, and we can get into those with one of the next resolution or one of the next new business items. But it's just a group of folks in town from multiple sectors. I have spoken to a couple of women here in town who have expressed an interest in serving on the committee. And I think that, you know, in relatively short order, we're going to have a group of people who can get up and running on Zoom and provide us pretty regular guidance. We have been doing out of town hall meetings with local businesses, largely the Chamber of Commerce and the restaurant community, and some others who've discovered us, but we haven't got a sort of core group of advisors from a very deliberately multi-sector slice of the community. So I think the idea is really just to get a group together who are committed to providing the council and the town some advice. The resolution is borrowed largely from the governor of Maine's resolution on the same exact topic. So the language is a maniac's view of the world.
Rob, this is Bryant. Just a quick question. Is this the similar group that we talked about where they're going to be putting together some marketing pieces potentially and things like the mailer as an example?
Potentially. I actually think that this group ends up being more policy rather than hands on the ground. I think the chamber, I think the tourism board, I think that the economic development committee, there's a lot of folks who are already sort of moving around and doing a lot of things here. I think we're going to need some guidance. The town is going to need some guidance on whether or not an idea is worth pursuing, but I'm not sure that I'd expect you know, this group necessarily to be doing all that heavy lift. I don't know.
All right. So going back to that though, my biggest concern right now is that it's May 11th and, you know, we're getting close to Memorial Day. Mm-hmm. And if we're going to be doing any kind of production or mailing or advertising or TV, you know, whatever is decided, all of that stuff takes time to get produced. Not only get produced, but also it would take time to decide on what we're going to do.
Right.
What I don't want to see happen is us deciding that it's a good idea, but yet now putting it out in June when we should have done it sooner than that to maximize our efforts and get the biggest bang for our buck.
So this is a really good conversation for us to have. I don't know whether the council wants to have that conversation. Well, this is a fine place to have that conversation. I think you're right, Brian. One of the things we're going to have to figure out how to do is how to be more agile, how to pull the trigger on some things. Simple ideas have been talked about. There's a brochure that's been put together by they called themselves a subcommittee. I'm not sure what they were a subcommittee of, but Larry Fish, Lee Chardier, and a couple of other folks got together and put together a little brochure and a newsletter, or not a newsletter, but a letter that they intended to be sent out by the town to property owners who own vacation homes here in town. The idea is, hey, you know, we know you're a vacation homeowner. We want you to come back. We want you to be welcome. Here are the things you can do to make your stay in South Kingstown, you know, enjoyable this summer, even though things are a little crazy. That's a good idea. It's an idea that we could implement in a matter of days, and under an executive or an emergency declaration, we can just do that. The issue becomes the expense involved. Are we, the town, going to pick up the $2,000 or the $3,000 worth of printing costs, for example? Another idea that's come up is a little PSA, using cell phones and going out into, you know, the back deck of the Java Madness or the Ocean Mist or what have you. Have somebody begin, you know, videotaping themselves talking about the COVID safe practices that we engage in. So you have a talking head saying, we wash, you know, we wear masks, we disinfect the bathroom every hour. We, you know, so each screenshot moves people through the COVID safe practices that we're trying to reinforce and that we're trying to make sure that the public, the consumers, the customers know that we're engaging it. Again, PSA like that, not very expensive to produce, but somebody's got to do it. And it's a $2 or a $3 or a $4 or $5,000 project. Are we, the town, going to pick up the expenses for doing that? Another thing that we've talked about during the course of meetings with the business sector is things like small sheds where people could, in the back lot behind the public lot, the parking lot behind the Bell Block, put their wares instead of having, just the storefront where they can't get many people in the shop. Can we spread shoppers out along the walking path along the river downtown? Those sheds are, $7,000 to $10,000 a piece. Are we, the town, going to purchase infrastructure improvements? We've talked about the possibility of expanding the sidewalks by building little decks into the parking spaces on Main Street. Again, that's a $5,000 to $10,000 expansion. Now, businesses are hurting. Nobody's going to have the capital to be doing these things, but if it's what gets them the space they need to bring customers in, if that's the way we're going to create enough public space or enough shared space so that you can have COVID-safe spaces between your diners or between your retail customers, is that an investment the town's willing to make? Now, those decisions can all be made by a committee. They can all be made by the town council. They can all be made and ratified by the manager and staff at this point. But we've got to figure out what we want to do. How fluid, how flexible, how agile do we want to be? Now, one of the things that we've done last week, and I would suggest that we continue doing it, is we've begun noticing that Thursday meeting that we started about a month ago with businesses as a town council meeting. That meeting, therefore, is a full-blown, genuine, regular town council meeting, and the council can approve the actions that are being discussed. Do we want to make this expenditure in those meetings? Rather than delay them, we can do them at those meetings. So I think there are ways for us to proceed, to be flexible, but we've got to have that conversation and figure out how we want to do that.
All right. So Rob, I have a couple of things. One, I think I believe that as a town, we should make some investments here, but I also think that maybe we look at, depending on what they are, certain things would be our own expense potentially, but maybe other things could be some sort of a matching 50-50 kind of deal with a particular business. That way everyone has skin in the game and it's not just some far-fetched idea that we're throwing out there. Most people aren't going to put money into something unless they feel it's going to work. That being said, Zach, can you tell me what the town council still has in this fiscal year left in their account?
Yeah, just give me one moment. I'm looking that up.
So this is the contingency for 1920.
Correct, which we're almost at the end of.
And really the contingency for 2021 would be useful. And there's also the newly created village infrastructure grant, which is $10,000.
I'm just saying that I think this, I know that we're kind of going a little bit off, but this does have to do with a COVID economic recovery that we're talking about. And I think as a council, we have the ability to set some money aside in a responsible way, but then have some flexibility that we can take actions quicker than waiting. The most people in our town from a tourism standpoint make money in a certain small period of time. And my concern is that it's going to be tough enough already to make money this summer. And as a town, if that's something that we can help facilitate and organize, because part of me feels honestly that we should have hired an economic development person a long time ago. But I know that it's always difficult because we're talking about expense. But sometimes some expenses are really good investments in our town over a period of time. So Zach, do you have that number?
Well, I will point out, Councilman, that we are on the verge of a referendum question, if it comes forward, that would reduce the town budget by $300,000.
So in that account, there's about 27,000 left. We have used the account to purchase some COVID-related expenses that we have or will be putting together as part of reimbursement to FEMA. So if we do get those reimbursed, that will increase that balance. But these are emergency funds that are purchases that we made in the very beginning. Rob, I was for masks, other PPE that were needed on the town side outside of emergencies.
So I'm sorry, Zach, I missed that. What was you sort of skipped? What was the balance as of today?
The balance remaining is about 27,000.
Okay. And the balance for next year starting is?
For 21, I believe it was approved at 64.
Yeah.
So if I may, it's Debbie Kelso, if I may.
That was reduced by 10 because of the outside agencies. So it'd be about 54.
54.
So I would like to see this committee immediately take up the issue of marketing. I think it's most important. The infrastructure things can be a discussion for them, but I think right now it is most important that we get the flyer out to the public to say we're open and we're practicing, the recommendations of the Department of Health are in play here in full force. We're safe, South Kingstown. So come if you're from New York and you have a home, or if you're from Cranston and you want to come for the day, please come. We welcome you. We are safe. We are secure. Here's our flyer. It's a quick hit. It's worth the effort. It's worth the expense. I think this committee should identify the target, the audience, and very quickly, by that I mean within the next couple of weeks, get us up and running with a flyer of some sort.
So the other thing I think we should add to that is, if we're going to create a flyer, we already have the information. We can use social media. There's definitely other ways we can advertise that are really cost effective.
Absolutely. But again, I think the committee, that should be the first order of business, is let's get the word out that South Kingstown's open as much as the governor allows us to be, but we're safe here. We're safe here.
We're doing everything that we can.
And we're welcoming you.
Right. We're doing everything we can as a town to make sure that you have a safe experience, but also at the same time protecting our residents. But at this, we want to be open for business as much as we can based off of criteria that is set forth by the governor.
So we are lucky in that Lee Chartier has volunteered to serve on the committee and has 30 or 40 years of experience in teaching marketing. So we've got a winner right out of the gate here.
And a local business owner and a resident. All the right things.
Okay, so we have one person who's volunteered. How are we looking to fill out the rest of the committee? Obviously, if we wanted to be taking action within the next 2 weeks, we're not going to be appointing members.
I'd prefer us to see us reach out to different sectors. So I don't want to see, if we go with 9 people, I don't want to see 8 restaurant owners, but I want to see the restaurant industry represented. I'd like to make sure we have people from different areas of town, that we're not totally Main Street focused. We do have other areas of commerce that need to weigh in. So I think it should be staff driven who serves requested, and those factors should be part of it. Geographic location, where the owners are operating, and the diversity of their actual businesses.
Right. So Deb, I agree with everything you just said. And we also have to think about some of the other types of businesses, like you mentioned. I think that there's a lot of businesses in our town that we don't get to see that often. So whatever we can do to help all businesses in town.
There are doctors and landscapers and all kinds of things that operate here year round, businesses that we, may not be in the forefront right this second. Restaurants are very prominently in the forefront because they're suffering so badly, rightfully so. But I do want to make sure we have a good, diverse group of business owners.
And I will say that we've been reaching out to business owners. I wouldn't say folks are reluctant, but I will say they're busy.
I think as long as we're mindful of their time and approach this, the first meeting with an agenda that speaks to what do we want to accomplish in this hour I've asked of you, you know, and not what do you think, but here's our goals, you know, and they're already in place. Our goals are in place, just to make sure that we as a council and the staff have identified the agenda for the first meeting in order to make everyone's time, you know, very productive.
The other thing I would mention is that, I don't know if this is legal or not, Mike, but I think some of us here on the council, would it be okay for us to be involved with these committees at all?
As long as it was not more than 2 of you.
Okay, so I would offer my services, whatever they may be. I'm not an expert in everything, but we can definitely, I have time right now to help as much as I can.
So one way that this could work though, Mike, is that if we take our Thursday meetings, I think they were really, the Thursday meeting we've been doing for the last month was really very much about just getting some conversation with the business community going so that we had some sense of what was going on out there. It was really information gathering more than anything else. I think that the usefulness of those meetings is going to run its course fairly soon. I can imagine this advisory committee meeting once a week and our posting that once a week meeting as a council meeting for council members to participate.
You certainly, yes, if you post it as a council meeting, the entire council can obviously participate. Yes.
So Mike, that means that, like for instance, on the Thursday meeting, I had pushed for that to be something that we could actually participate in because we were sitting in the audience and not being able to participate. But I don't want it to be another burden on everyone on the council at the same time. You know, I think the people that have the time in their schedule on a daily basis, that's fine, or on a particular day. But I think we're all very busy at the same time, so I don't want to put undue pressure on anyone. So does that mean that anyone from we don't have to, only 2 people could show up potentially, right? Or all 5 could show up to the meeting if we
Right, so we post them as meetings for the council in the event that the council attends. And if the council does attend, then we have to do meeting minutes and that sort of thing. But if no quorum is at the meeting, then it's not a meeting. It failed.
Right.
That's correct.
That's
correct.
Could any action take place if there's no quorum?
Sure.
No, not by the council, by the committee, but not by the council.
That's right.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that what I don't want to happen is I don't want anyone on the council that can't make it to be looked at like they don't care about, you know, what's going on in that particular meeting. We all have busy lives and we're all pushed in many different directions. So that's the only reason I wanted to make that specific, that just because you're not at the meeting just means that maybe you couldn't make it that day or you have another meeting with someone else at the same time. So that was just a point that I wanted to make, that it's not a official meeting. I mean, it's an official meeting, but it's not like our normal town council meeting.
So I think what I would prefer to see is that we as a council appoint someone to serve as the council liaison on the committee and not have to officially notice them. And we could have, like we do with other committees, you could be the liaison to another committee. I think that serves the purpose of, or even 2, if someone else is interested, it could be 2 council members to the committee. I think that would suffice, and then you wouldn't have to, they wouldn't be in a town council meeting per se.
I mean, personally, I kind of like the idea of the council being able to speak if they decide to show up. Or questions being asked of a particular council person.
Again, my only suggestion here is we're going to be dealing with this for quite some time. There's going to be a lot of work to do for quite some time. So I think it is important. I don't like these, emergency declarations any more than anyone else. I would much rather maintain as much democratic process in this time as possible. So anything we can do to make sure that the council is well informed. We try to keep you up to date on what we're doing, but make sure that the council is well informed and that you've got the opportunity to participate. Anything we can do in that area is something that I'm gonna embrace and try to make work for you guys.
Okay. I haven't gotten a lot of clarity from this conversation, but I think one thing that's important is that, I mean, if we are going to have meetings for the town council scheduled during the weekdays, I think it's important that, we not have actionable items. It's not for the purpose of taking action on any policy decisions. Those should be reserved for the regular meetings where people have a lot more access to the meeting and watching us and holding us accountable. And then, I mean, I think that it is nice to be able to have us all be able to participate in those meetings when and if we can make it. So I don't have a problem with continuing that tradition. I don't know how it works in terms of, advertising it as both a potential council meeting and also a meeting of this COVID committee, because I feel like it could get confusing to people. I don't know what the answer is. You're muted, Rum.
So yeah, we would have to notice it as both a COVID committee, COVID Economic Recovery Committee meeting, and as a town council meeting. And what we use is language that says for the purpose of allowing the town council to participate in the meeting should a majority or should a quorum attend. And that's been the way we've done those meetings in the past.
I think that wording works out well.
And that does avoid the issue of taking action because the purpose of the meeting for the council is to participate but not to vote.
So Rob, even if the meeting was scheduled as a work session, if the majority of the council shows up, they can decide if they have unanimous of those three, they can vote in an action at that work session. Is that correct?
So I defer to Mike, but my sense is that you could schedule these as regular council meetings if you wanted to be able to decide thumbs up, thumbs down on a particular expenditure, but it would have to be noticed as a regular meeting for that purpose, for the purpose of potentially voting on expenditures, for example.
Yes, there has to be 48 hours notice on specific agenda items for you to vote on them. And we would want to advertise them as a council meeting, not a work session.
So, Mike, I have another quick, not a question, but I think something that might work. If we have to act rather quickly, we can act within 48 hours to 72 hours. We can have, especially with Zoom right now that we're using Zoom, we could have a council meeting.
Yeah, you can have a special council meeting as long as we have the timeline. You can have a special council meeting whenever you want it, as long as we abide by the 48 hours. Yes.
So, the worst case scenario is we take 48 hours or something a little bit longer than that to approve something, but it's not until our next meeting. And I guess that goes back to being agile. So the one thing though, I know that Zach said we had about $27,000 in that account left in this fiscal year. So in my mind, I think we should decide to allocate some of that money towards COVID recovery for our town. I don't know exactly what that number is or when we need to make that decision, but I think it's something that we need to act on, sooner than later.
All right. Well, I think that is a good point, how we want to use those funds and whether there's some way to, start like a revolving loan fund or something for people to make use of locally. Maybe this COVID committee can help develop some guidance on that type of stuff. But in the interest of time tonight, let's try to just define this committee. So how many members do we think it should be comprised of? I guess that's the first question.
The one thing I was thinking about is, I don't know how many members at this point, but I would say probably no more than 2 from one particular industry.
Any
Can we do a minimum and maximum, I think, maybe on the committee? Because we don't know exactly how many. I guess my other concern is we got to make sure that we can get enough people for the minimum number of the committee members, right? And then secondly, we don't want the committee to be, we want it to be big enough, but not super huge at the same time.
Yes.
About minimum of 7, no more than 11.
Any thoughts on this proposal?
It sounds fair to start, and we could always amend it if we needed to.
Is there a reason we need a minimum?
What if you don't reach, let's say, what if we only find
We can't reach the 11.
Right.
Maximum of 11, but what if we find 5 wonderful people? I don't see the need for a minimum. I mean, maybe 3 makes a committee, but are we not going to operate if we don't find 7?
No, I just want to make sure that we're allowed to operate depending on whatever number we find. I just don't, like, for instance, if we said today that we need to have a committee of 11 and we're only able to.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a maximum of 11. So if we have a committee tomorrow of 5, then a quorum would be 3.
Correct.
Right? So I guess what I'm saying to you is I don't see the need for the minimum end of the scale. I see the need for a maximum because I'm a firm believer that less is more, that more work gets done in a smaller group a lot of times. But I have no problem if the committee is 5 committed people.
So,
right? Or 4 committed people that can still get a lot of work done. I still see the value in that, I guess, is where I'm coming from.
I see the value in that as well. I guess I just always had in my mind that you needed a certain number of people. Look, we've had.
You need more than 1 to make a committee, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking, if there's 3 people that are very firmly committed to advancing this marketing piece right now, we should move with that.
Okay.
We shouldn't be stymied trying to find 7 people who are committed and have the time right now.
No, I get where I get that
quickly here.
Yeah. So I would say then, Mike, maybe you can help me with this because maybe I'm just thinking about this from a different perspective. I always thought that you needed a certain, like if you said that we needed 7 people to form a committee, let's say whatever committee that is, sustainability. And we've had times in the past where we only had for a long time able to find 3 or 4, then the committee wasn't really operating. So I just want to make sure that the committee is going to operate regardless of how many people. As long as there's a minimum, I guess you need at least 2 or 3, that it's going to operate and is not going to be hindered by being able to operate.
My thought is just lower the minimum number to something like 3 and shoot for 5 or 7.
Okay. So like minimum of 3, no more than 11 or something like that.
Yeah, that would work. I think that's in spirit of what Deb is pointing out.
All right. Do I hear any opposition to at least 3, no more than 11 members for that first blank? All right. That looks like everybody's in agreement. And then at least blank number of members shall be owners or managers of businesses.
So maybe there you change that to no more than 2 individuals from any one area, and leave it up to the manager.
I like that. Anybody else have thoughts?
I'm okay with that.
So I think we leave the whole thing up to the manager and just say to him, we want a diverse group and no more than 11 people and at least 3, and let's get it going. I don't know that we need to tie his hands with numbers. I think we just need to say to him, to Rob, go and find these 7 people, you know, and if you find 11, great.
Yeah. Deb,
Find at least 3.
Deb, you made a really good point, and I think that's probably the direction we should go in, just as long as the manager, you know, understands what the council's trying to do here.
Right.
In terms of diversity.
And I think that's clear, you know, in the diversity aspect.
I think it's good. I understand the council's intention, and I will have no problem putting a committee together in the next several days.
Great.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Rob, you have 2 days.
That's fine.
Just kidding.
We'll be done.
All right. I think
But we'll be all right. Point myself and my dog, we're all set.
I'll join you, Rob. I'm a resident of South Kingstown.
perfect.
These are desperate times. We'll take the dog.
So we still need a motion to approve this committee. Do we have?
As amended.
As amended, as we've discussed here. Okay, do I hear such a motion?
So I'm Debbie Kelso. I'm happy to make that motion to approve. I don't even know what item we're on anymore. 13, which one?
12G. G.
Oh, G, I'm sorry.
G.
Yeah.
We're on G, as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Deb, second by Rory. Further discussion? All right. Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 12H.
Abel, I'll make a motion to operate past 11.
You're keeping your eyes on the clock, Joe.
Past his bedtime.
When I'm awake.
All right, we have that motion. Did somebody second that? Sorry, Rory, did you second that? All right, anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that carries unanimously. 12H is a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for order of notice of public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the town code, Chapter 9, licenses, miscellaneous business regulations, and Chapter 12, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, and to the zoning ordinance, Article 9, administration, enforcement, and relief relative to establishing temporary restaurant outdoor seating regulations and permitting process. Shown on Exhibit 5. We do have, I believe, some members of the restaurant community here on the call still, and I definitely want to open the floor to their comments as we discuss this. First, Rob, if you wanted to lay the groundwork.
Great. So these recommendations have come out of conversations we've been having with restaurateurs here in town. We've received some guidance this week from the state. In fact, we received guidance from the state today for the first time that sort of describes what the state's going to be looking for in terms of outdoor dining. This is an issue across the state. Everybody's trying to sort of scramble to see how we can, again, get more space between people at restaurants this summer. And it's natural to think about moving them outside because you're not constrained by the walls of the building. The Department of Health has provided guidance today that says for any outside restaurant, any restaurant operating a dining area outside, they can have no more than 20 tables, no more than 5 people per table. So that's 100 total people in the service area, spaced 8 feet apart, 8 feet between each table, and no valet service in those outdoor areas. So the issue really then becomes, where do you put those 20 tables and how do you make sure that they're not going to run into conflicts with vehicles? We've been talking to folks about expediting the temporary use permits necessary to get this operating. There are basically two approaches to this that are being pursued in the state. One is just do what you need to do, and if there's a problem, we'll fix it. The other is let's do minimal review to make sure that we've got life safety issues checked, that we know that we don't have a fire problem with a tent or pedestrian car conflicts in the parking lot that is now being used for food service and alcohol service. We have put together a electronic permitting process in our View permit system that will allow someone to come in and make an application for a temporary use permit digitally, and we believe we can process these applications within 3 days for the vast majority of people seeking permits for outdoor dining. There are some complicated cases when folks want to go up on top of a roof as opposed to out into a parking lot. It's not just a matter of putting 3 Jersey barriers down on the roof. There's got to be some structural improvements or structural changes to a building that has to be made, and building permits have to be issued. But in terms of the authorization to go ahead and create a service area outside of the traditional, otherwise licensed and approved service area, we think we can get those approvals done in 3 days. This ordinance would reflect what we're doing by executive order to get to that 3-day processing period. And we will do that tomorrow by executive order and be ready to go with outdoor dining in South Kingstown next Tuesday. So what this ordinance would do is catch up with what the executive order is proposing to do tomorrow.
All right, discussion on.
Sure. Abel, Joe Veely. So most of you have heard me say this already, but I think simple is better in this case. I listened to the governor today, and I believe there's enough restriction from the state level that I would be comfortable with allowing outdoor dining. If you have a license to operate a restaurant, allowing that restaurant to do outdoor dining without having to ask the town for permission. This council meets often enough that we could address any concerns. And I think most of what the state is requiring is going to address most of the life safety concerns. I feel, I mean, in the case of the rooftop dining, I mean, that's so different that it doesn't even, I don't even think it belongs in the discussion. Now, obviously you have to get a building permit to make a safe way to get up on the roof and to be able to stay up on the roof safely. So most of what I think our restaurants are looking for is to expand service into their parking lot. And I would trust that they're going to do it in a safe way. And if there are nuisance issues, this council can address those because we meet twice a month. So I would be in favor of less control on the businesses in this case, just to give them the ability to get started to do something besides curbside, which we know is not a profitable way to it's, the goal is not profitable. I mean, the what you actually achieve is not profitable. So that would be my idea, that we do this with very little regulation. In most cases, I think the restaurant owners have the space to do it. If they don't, they're going to have to do something different. They probably have to rely on indoor dining when that comes along, if they don't have a parking area that they can use. So in a lot of the cases where they do have the parking area, they're not going to need all the parking spaces, because we know people are going to be reluctant to get into a room with 100 people if they had the capacity for that. So they'll have the space available to do it. So those are my ideas, and I think we should approach this with as little control as possible from the town. I don't think there's a big risk to, safety issues. I think the state has most of those covered. Thank you.
Joe, this is Bryant. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I just had a thought while you were talking. What if, because it's weather related, right, for the outdoor space and temperature related, et cetera, sometimes. So if someone wants to invest in putting up a temporary covering outside, how do we handle that as an example? Do we just?
So, okay, so that was my business for 45 years. So there's, in most cases, when a tent, which is what you're talking about, they would go to a tent company and say, I need a 20 by 40 tent that's going to house this many people. In most cases, if it's on private property, in most municipalities, there is no even permitting process. If it's on private property that happens to be a business that invites the public, then all the fire regulations come into effect. You have to have fire retardant certificates for the tent. You have to have so many fire extinguishers. You have to have lighted exit signs. There's I mean, this is what I did forever. So and all the tent companies supply all that stuff. So if somebody, and this could be another boost to that industry who's probably losing a lot of wedding business this year, if they're able to put tents up for outdoor dining, that would help that sector of the business community as well. But all those regulations are in place: fire retardancy, fire extinguishers, certain lanes of egress, and lighted emergency exit lights. All that stuff is mandated by state law. So again, and in some towns, the local fire marshal enforces it.
So the other thing is, I think that this is going to be kind of a new, well, maybe not the outdoor side of it, but when you get on to, when we're allowed to do inside dining, as an example, I think this is going to be something that's going to be around for longer than what we think at this point. And what I would like to see, and I think we talked about it in one of the meetings with the business owners, was having a time limit where, for instance, if we're going to say it's 6 months to be able to do this in our town, having whichever one comes first, as an example, or the one, whichever one comes latest. So, like, for instance, we would want to then, if we're at the end of the year and we're still operating under limited, not full occupancy for our restaurants, we want to, in my opinion now, decide that we're going to give them additional time operating this way. But that's just my personal opinion on that. And I just think it'll be cleaner because it'll allow them to plan and know that if they're investing, money into tents or new tables for the outside, as an example, that they're going to get their investment back on that.
Mr. President, if I may, we don't have any interest in being, boogeymen on regulation here. Nobody's looking to be obnoxious or be in the way. We're trying to figure out how to be as light as possible and to support businesses as they go forward. I actually think that the town's professional staff adds value to the conversation. And in fact, I've seen it. During the course of having these conversations with restaurants, we had a conversation with a restaurant that is further advanced in their conversations about outdoor dining in one of the parking lots downtown. And in the course of the conversation, the building inspector said, hey, you know what? I think if you shift your seating area from the right side to the left side of the parking lot, you're going to improve the traffic flow and you're going to reduce the risk of pedestrians being hit by cars as they're crossing the lane of traffic. Did you think about that? And the restaurateur, who's a restaurateur, not a building guy, said, oh, wow, that's great. We'll do it that way. I think our staff actually does add value. What we're trying to do here is not be big bad regulators. What we're trying to do is make sure that we've got to look at it, and if we've got a helpful idea, we can share it.
So if I may, a 3-day look by the town staff at someone's plan with no fees attached to it, I don't think is onerous. I think it will help to improve safety. I'm concerned about places that have parking lots that's adjacent to other retail operations, right? So you might have this parking area, but someone uses yours as a cut through. And now you've got tables outside. I really want to make sure that all of those things are addressed. A 3-day turnaround is not onerous. And if people get going tomorrow, they're all going to have, everybody's going to be in pretty good shape by the beginning of next week. My other concern is a tent with sides and enclosed space. So everyone's going to run to the tent companies, and rightfully so. We need covering for inclement weather. We need lighting. We need all of those things. But once you drop those sides, are we now in an enclosed space? I think that needs to be addressed before business owners go out and make the investment and rent these things for the season. I would look to the state first to say, what about this? Because we know they look at tents, all the things Joe said, all the fire regulations, all of the egress, all of those things. Put a tent up, drop the sides. Are we now interior? Just some cautionary things before we full steam ahead with where we're going.
So just a comment on your last point, Deb. As long as there's the right size egress, sides are allowed in private and commercial.
I understand that, Joe, but does it make it COVID compliant, right? Because now the idea of going outside is the droplets disperse. The virus disperses quicker in an exterior environment than it does in an interior environment. I did not hear that address today from the governor, and the regulations weren't going to go up until tonight. So I have not had a chance to look at them. But I just want to caution before we go to a tent situation and say, oh, that's great. Are we COVID, complicit by keeping the virus in the interior of the tent?
I think it's a good valid point, Deb. This is Abel speaking. I'm sympathetic definitely to Joe's concerns, but I also agree with Deb and Rob. I think a 3-day turnaround is not a long time, and definitely the town staff can add value, not just in sort of their own ideas about the plans that come forward, but in terms of offering, defraying liability for some of these companies, especially if they're going to be expanding into public rights of way or onto, neighboring private property. They want to have some type of official approval that they can point to, should anything go wrong. I would expect.
And Abel, I also think that by having to go to the town and say, we want to do this, the town then can say to the public services, to the police and fire, hey, they're in their parking lot, right? So the police and fire would know that if there was any concern, they would know when they're approaching that establishment that there are people in the parking lot, not cars. I just think it's better all around. It's a 3-day turnaround. It's no cost. We're going to do it quickly. We're going to get you up and running, but I think we can help to get you there.
So Rob, this is Bryant. How realistic do you think it is to have a 3-day turnaround?
So initially, absolutely. I have no doubt that we can process all of the applications that we know are coming our way. In terms of what comes down the road later, that's our commitment. We're gonna get these reviewed as quickly as they come in, and we're not going to have you waiting a week for the approvals. I am very sympathetic to Councilman Veely's concern here. I mean, I understand that we cannot be in the way here, but I also do think that the folks who work for the town do have value to add, and if we commit to doing that as quickly and as flexibly, as agilely as we can, we're going to make things better. The plans that we've reviewed so far are plans that, again, I think have been improved every time one of my guys has looked at it. We've looked at, I don't want to name particular businesses because their plans are their plans, but we've looked at plans for a number of folks, and I think that every time Rich Bourbonnais has looked at something, or every time Wayne has looked at something, they've added value, and they've done it quickly. And we're going to continue to do that because, again, Councilman Veely's right. We do not want to be causing delay at a time when every day costs somebody real money.
So Rob, Joe Veely again. So just for clarification, normally we don't discuss these orders of notice. Tonight's vote really is just to
Yes.
have schedule a public hearing, advertise a public hearing.
It's true, but it's a little different because we know that tomorrow we're going to take action on this because we know that as of next Tuesday, outdoor dining is going to be permitted so long as you've got a framework for doing outdoor dining.
Well,
otherwise we don't really know, other than you can't have more than 20 tables and you can't. So
right.
We're going to put in place the process necessary for the temporary use permit, the emergency temporary use permit, to be issuable on the 18th when the governor allows that outdoor use.
Well, then when would this public hearing be scheduled?
The public hearing is, Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we need to go forward, Joe, with backup to what's in the administrative order or the emergency order. The council, all the councils across the state are eventually going to have to take action to amend their ordinances because these emergency orders aren't going to go on forever. And most likely we're going to be in this through the fall. So the emergency order allows the town managers to move quickly so they can open on the 18th. What we're doing with the ordinances is simply follow up by the council to ratify what the manager is being allowed to do.
So Mike, it's kind of like what I mentioned earlier in one of the other items about the council ratifying executive order decisions.
That is correct.
Right.
So
but
it's
our
the
official,
normal process, the normal, like
Right.
to zoning, it's a 3-week advertising. We have to go through that process.
so the official vote tonight really is on advertising for the hearing.
Correct.
So I don't know, I guess, Rob, you're just looking for direction from the 5 of us so that you know which path to go down.
That's correct.
I've said my piece.
I just have one more thing to add, and I just wanted to, an example of what I'm talking about why we need to look at it. Let's talk about, where Melgy's is, right? So there's a number of, in Satang, there's a number of businesses in that complex that are going to operate with cars coming in and out of the parking lot, right?
Yep.
They should be allowed to go into the parking lot, Satang and Melgy's. But I think it needs a set of eyes on it other than the business owner to say, hey, I'm going to go right out this way with my 20 tables, right? I think that's unrealistic. And so with the town weighing in on it, the building inspector, maybe the police on it, somebody on it to say this works, this doesn't. We still need to get cars through here, and you're going to have to do this and this to make sure everybody's okay. So that's my best example of why I am where I am. It's not to make it more burdensome. It's to make sure the other businesses and folks are safe in that parking lot.
So
Yeah.
Deb, to your,
I mean, I don't disagree with you, Deb, except the restaurants are in a desperate spot, and I trust that they wouldn't do anything that would put people in harm's way. I trust that they would do the safe thing. They and they know what they need to get the business done. But listen, we can disagree. It's fine.
Right. I agree with you that it's desperate times, Joe, and that's why this 3-day turnaround is a really great thing.
I'd just like to, jump in on this quick, weigh my thoughts. I think this is a great thing. I think the accelerated way to allow for these restaurants to operate in a way they normally wouldn't, considering the circumstances. But I think the checks and balances that the town would provide by reviewing the plans is essential, considering the health risks that are out there, as well as the ability to facilitate a good plan Each company or each restaurant's business or ability to operate outside is kind of subjective. It's not able to compare to other businesses. Everyone has a different setting. What the Muse may be able to do may be far different from what Satang may be able to do. So having things in place for the town manager's office to review these plans and provide guidance to enhance those plans, I think is a good thing. It allows the town to kind of work in partner with these restaurants to allow them to get more business volume as we move into this next phase. So I'm in support of it. I think it's a good thing, Rob, and this is where I stand on it.
Just one quick thing I wanted to add. Deb, you mentioned Satang, and I was there this weekend picking up takeout. And I just think about the limited amount of space that some restaurants are going to have. So I guess we just need to kind of consider what else we can do to help the restaurants in other locations. Because, I remember parking my car there, and I wasn't even thinking about this right now, but it was pretty tight already.
So that's my point exactly, Brian. Let's try to help them maximize.
So just one more thing for the public, for the businesses, and for the council to know, and that is that we've been coordinating with the Union Fire District, and they are on board. They're in the same electronic approval system, and if there are tent reviews that need to be done, they've committed to doing those for no fee, and we'll do them as quickly as it can be done.
That's great news. I do think a number of restaurateurs have bared with us to this point of the evening. I do want to offer them the chance to weigh in if they would like to. So if there's anybody still in the meeting who would like to make a comment, raise your hand. Perry, I see you raising your hand. Bring him in.
All right. Am I unmuted?
You are here. Yep.
All right. So my main concern, I think it's addressed in B. First of all, I want to thank you for taking the time and the effort, and obviously the concern for our businesses. In this situation, my concern was that if this is a longer term thing, then the summer, that we are able to continue to use the investment that we made to increase our outdoor capacity. And I'm thinking it's addressed in item B here when it says the directives and or guidelines related to COVID-19 and social distancing are in effect, and that's the how long it will last, or the 6-month period. So I just wanted to, I don't know if there's a clarification on that, and also wanted to make sure I knew how to navigate the system, the application system tomorrow morning when I, how I should go about that.
So yes, our intention is to make sure that we don't have a very short window, because we know that some businesses are going to make significant investments. I mean, just getting 20 tables and, umbrellas and jersey barriers and whatever you have to do is going to be expensive. And some businesses are going to incur even greater expenses in order to make the adjustments necessary. So we don't want this to be a 6-week sort of temporary solution. We do see this as at least a summer and early fall temporary relief program. That having been said, at some point, the temporary relief goes away and we go back to the conditions before the temporary relief was granted. Everybody's going to have to take everything back down, because the general rules, the general planning rules, the general zoning rules still will be underlying this temporary relief. So it'll be through the summer and the fall. And then at the end of that time period, everything's got to come down. And if you found that to be a beneficial way to proceed, and you want to do it again in the spring, you're going to have to go through the regular process.
So the expenses incurred to setting an outdoor area up, and then having to take them down, even if the reduced capacities are still being, the restrictions of reduced capacity are still in place going into next April, say, then I have to reapply, and then, what I just took down, I have to put back up. That's my concern, is that I have to. Yeah.
Yep. If we end up outside of COVID land, then yes, that's going to be where we are. If we're still in a situation where the virus is preventing us from occupying space the way we did last year, for example, then we're going to have to reassess this. We've been pushing through the fall, sort of recognizing that at some point in New England, dining outside is just no longer viable. Come the early winter months, come November, people are not going to be dining out in the parking lot or on rooftops or decks, that temporary decks. So we figure we need to get to that point. And if on October 15th, we all know that April 15th and June 15th of 2021 look like they did this year, then we're going to have to reassess and figure out what we do about that. And there's always the possibility of extending a temporary use permit beyond the initial temporary period. However, the default here has to be, this is temporary relief. Everybody has to understand what we're doing here is we're waiving our planning regulations. We're waiving our zoning procedures. We're doing something pretty significant here. We're telling people who have historically relied on the planning and the zoning regulations to protect their neighborhoods, this is off the table for this time period because businesses are in such dire straits. This is a pretty big lift for us. And for us to abandon the traditional planning and zoning regulations and the benefits that accrue to the community because of those, we've got to let folks know right up front, this is temporary. We know you need this relief. However, when we're beyond the time when this relief is needed, it's not going to continue. We're going to go back to the regular rules.
That's fair. I appreciate that.
And Perry, as far as getting through the system tomorrow, you can get right online through the website, the town website. If you have any questions, you can give Wayne in the building inspector's office or Kayla, or you could give me a call and we'll walk you through it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the call who would like to speak? If you're on a phone, just hit *9. All right, I think that might be it. So, Rob, I think you've heard direction from the council at large here. What happened to my agenda? Do we want to make? Do I hear a motion on this agenda item? I forget which one it is.
It's 12H.
12H.
I'll make a motion to approve 12H.
Second.
Rory McEntee.
All right, we have a motion from Rory, a second from Deb. Any further discussion?
The only discussion I have is the point of potentially, if we have to expand it, then we have to look at it later on in this year at that point, because if we know that we're going to be in this for another year until a vaccine is found, then we need just kind of to be proactive at that point.
Yeah, just to sort of second that notion, you know, it's hard to see silver linings in the middle of a storm like this, but hopefully some businesses are able to come up with some inventive ideas that really help their businesses through this, and we can learn and, you know, adopt some things that change, and those will benefit businesses in the future. I think we, you know, just going back to the way things were sounds nice, but who knows how feasible that's going to be. We need to be learning throughout this crisis, and so the businesses are part of that, public's part of that.
Yeah. So I guess it's also just making sure that we have open lines of communication, which we do. I like the idea of what we're doing every week with the different businesses. You know, we might get to a point where it's not every week, but maybe it's every month. to see where people stand with ideas.
And Joe Veely, again, just for clarification, this motion is really just to allow the clerk to advertise.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And we do have a motion, a second. Any further comments? All right, is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 12I, a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for order of notice of public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the town code, chapter 12, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, article 2, unruly gatherings, as shown on exhibit 6. This is something that sort of fell off our plate after it was a big controversy. Rob, do you want to go real quickly?
Yes, I'm gonna try to pull up the file though. This is the unruly gathering ordinance remade as a noise ordinance plus. The idea that we are working with here is that we wanted to focus on not so much the,
Not so much a noise level.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I can share my screen, I'm gonna bring up a edited version of this or all right. So we wanted to make sure that we were shifting the focus away from the gathering and the size and toward what we were really trying to get at, which was the noise plus bad behaviors. So this is a different approach to the problem that had been drafted up as the unruly gathering initially. And we've sort of taken everything that we heard during the public hearing and then the public meeting after the public hearing earlier in the year. And we've addressed each one of those concerns. So for example, we've reduced the time period that the encumbrance on the property would be maintained from 3 years to 18 months. The rationale for going from 3 years to 18 months is that if 3 years is too long, if you know a property owner remains in jeopardy for some period of time and 3 years is too long, it could be as little as 6 weeks or 6 months. It seemed that 18 months made sense because you were dealing with the transition from one tenant to another. You were moving from two tenancies so that the landlord had to sort of worry about the nature of the property. And it wasn't just, oh, good, that tenant's gone. I start the clock over. We've moved from the idea of a flat 5-person sort of trigger to at least 5 people, just to emphasize the fact that it's not the size of the crowd that matters as much as it is the activity. It's the excessive noise and unlawful conduct that matters, and those unlawful conducts are described here. You'll note that we've gotten rid of excessive noise as one of the offenses because it's the main offense. It's the noise plus the traffic obstructing traffic, or the illegal parking, the public drunkenness. It's the noise plus these other things that gives rise to the offense. It's not just noise, and it's not just having a problem. It's the noise plus these other things that matters. The sanctions are the same as they were in that case. And then we've given several exemptions one of the things that folks were concerned about was making perfectly clear that the appeal for a fine under the ordinance was an administrative appeal. We've just made that express. We've said it is an administrative hearing. It's not, there's no criminal liability attached here. It's simply a fine, and it's administrative. We've created exemptions for the statute or for the ordinance persons and business entities operating under an entertainment, dance, or special event license are exempted. This gets to the restaurants and bar issue that had come up during the public discussion. People were concerned that restaurants or bars would be subject to the ordinance. We've written them out of the ordinance to make it perfectly clear. And then persons engaging in conduct that otherwise would constitute a violation are exempt from enforcement if the violation happens on the 4th of July, New Year's Day, or New Year's Eve. This, gets to the concern expressed by many people that everybody's loud on the 4th of July and New Year's Eve, and that's just socially acceptable. This exemption deals with that. And that is, those are the revisions to the ordinance. We think we've covered the concerns that people have expressed. And I would suggest that given that the ordinance as it originally was drafted will become effective on June 1st, unless we do something, we ought to be advertising and proceeding with a revision. This can be further edited or further amended during the public hearing once it's been scheduled. So I think this is a very big step forward on this ordinance. But again, if there are other improvements to be made, I'm happy to hear about it.
So Rob, Joe Veely, I just have a question. Are you intending that there'll be an executive order?
No.
And then we should just deal with this at the public hearing. Am I correct?
Sure. I'm just.
Great. I appreciate it.
Folks know what's going on.
I want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding something.
No.
Which can happen after.
No, I believe me, these days I'm confused a lot of the time.
Yes. Well, we're all about to turn into pumpkins here.
I'll make a motion that we approve item, was it 12I?
Jay. Aye, you're right. Sorry.
Yep. So I hear a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So moved. Any further discussion on this item? All right. Anyone opposed? All right. I think that motion passes unanimously. Item J is a resolution requesting the legislators of the town of South Kingstown to introduce enabling legislation in the 2020 session of the General Assembly to place municipal bond authorization referendum questions on the November 2020 ballot for each of the following. One is an act authorizing the town of South Kingstown to finance the town's capital improvement plan for the fiscal years 2020 through 2026 for various municipal projects by the issuance of not more than $6,500,000 in bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness, therefore. And the second one is an act authorizing the town of South Kingstown to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, landscaping, furnishing, and equipping of schools and school facilities throughout the town, and all attendant expenses by the issuance of not more than $85 million in general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness, therefore, provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount of certain grants received from state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. Said questions to be placed before the voters at the general election to be conducted on November 3rd, 2020. Rob, I think you mentioned earlier in your town manager's report that it is not your recommendation that we approve this resolution.
It's not based on conversations with our financial advisor and finance director. There is some reason to think that this is a good time to do bonded debt. And there are some communities that are going ahead full steam with projects on the rationale that one, money is cheap. And as of last week, that seems to be true for us. And on the theory that what better time to do school projects than when the schools are empty. My concern is actually that the balance here is not not quite right yet. I don't think that we're in a place where we know for sure that we can take on $92,000 if you take the schools and the municipal bond total together, that we can take on $92,000 in this environment. We really are in solid shape in terms of our credit worthiness. We're in pretty good shape with regard to our reserves. We are probably in better shape than most communities in terms of the tax mix, the revenue stream that we have. We're not very reliant on retail as a percentage of our tax base. There's a lot of reasons that suggest that we could take on debt at this point. That having been said, the projects are not, well, the high school project is not perfectly well defined yet. We don't know what the bottom line on that project is yet. We're still waiting for numbers and for drawings from the architect that we can engage in a serious conversation about. And that number is one that I've never been, the 85 million for the high school at Curtis Corner is one that I've never been very confident in. I'd love to be able to talk to RGB once we've got their cost estimates and once we've got their drawings and really dig in and find out what that project looks like. And I think that when you look at what Moody's told us when we went to the rating agency and asked, are we gonna get, you know, our historically high rating? We have the highest rating, bond rating in Rhode Island. We and a couple of other communities have the highest bond rating in Rhode Island. We sat down with them and we said, what could threaten this? And their only real concern is more debt. You know, more uncertainty from COVID and more debt. Those things could begin to threaten your bond rating. So that makes me nervous. The fact that the project isn't, you know, shovel ready at this point makes me a little nervous. I think there's just a lot of unknowns around this project, and I'm just nervous about taking on more unknowns right now. Now, maybe that's just because we're, you know, dealing with uncertainty every single day. This one just seems big. That's the basis for my recommendation that we postpone this. I think that what we need to do in order to feel comfortable taking on debt for a school project like the high school project is we need to be able to look at the project, analyze the project, interrogate the numbers, interrogate the drawings, understand what the architect is really saying they can do for $85 million, and then proceed. Then say, okay, we get it. We understand what we're buying, and we can maybe 3 months from now, maybe 4 months from now, maybe 6 months from now, have a better sense of whether COVID-19 is going away because we've got a vaccine, or COVID-19 is going to be here for another year because it doesn't look like the vaccines are going to work. I mean, I think that there's a lot to be said for getting our drawings done, getting the project nailed down, and going out for permission from the voters once we know exactly what we're talking about. Right now, we don't.
All right, thanks, Rob. Discussion on this item. And also, you know, it's worth noting that we have two separate bond language proposals here. One would be for the municipal, one for the schools side of it. Is the reasoning for the not moving forward with the municipal side similar?
It is. We've heard a lot from taxpayers that they're hurting out there. I mean, we've heard a lot of folks who are just saying, look, anything you do to take a penny from me right now is going to be impactful. It's going to hurt. And I take people at their word when I hear the dire assertions that are being made. I think that people are in fact hurting. We heard this during the during the budget debate. The budget debate is, in my mind, very different, and we don't need to rehash the whole budget discussion, but the funds that are available to the community now, without raising tax dollars, are funds that we are going to need to get through this. The expenditures that we're contemplating borrowing are things that we're going to need in the future. There's some of them that I'd like to get done. I'd like to get the Matunic Beach seawall done, but we have pursued a strategy looking for outside money for that project for a long time. It's probably not going to kill us to do it for another year. And yeah, I'd love to have that project done, but if now is not the time because people, can't stomach doing these projects right now, I understand it, and we'll figure out how to make it work. I will point out that NOAA is already predicting an extraordinarily active hurricane season for this fall. So not having the Matunic Beach seawall, we're not going to have it done by the fall anyway, but not having that done is, there's a cost to not doing these things. I will also point out that COVID-19 changes our assessment of what needs to be done as well. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen with school design as a result of having just lived through a pandemic. It may be bigger schools, it may mean schools configured differently. We just don't know. And on the municipal projects, it's probably not going to change the need for a radio system or the configuration of a radio system, but it may change the way we think about communications. We haven't had those conversations. We don't know yet.
Or the bathroom at Old Mountain Field, right?
Right.
So yeah, I think that's wise. The only other thought that occurs to me is, putting these, getting the language out there would only give us the opportunity to put it on the ballot. So we have other opportunities to say no to this. But I also understand why put the worry out there in people's minds. And if we table this tonight, say all of a sudden we have, some miracles happen. Things look like they're going to clear up much more quickly than we expect. There's the opportunity to take it back up at some future date. All right. Any questions from council members? Do I hear a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to reject 12J.
Second, Bryant.
We have a motion and a second to reject resolution J. Any discussion?
No, just a couple of comments. I agree with Rob. We heard from the public. They're not comfortable with us spending, I don't want to call it extra money, but they're not comfortable with us spending more. So I'm okay putting this off. And of course, everybody here knows my feeling on the school building plan. I think, I mean, one of the things this may play into our hands a little bit better is some of the things we've heard from the education departments are that we're going to need smaller classrooms because there's going to be smaller class sizes because of COVID. And I mean, we have a school on Columbia Street that we heard an expert tell us the classrooms were small for the size classes that we were looking at. So I think we have to listen to the taxpayer at this point. They're in a place they haven't been in a long time, and I think they made it clear to us.
Any other comments?
I got a few things, Abel. Rory McEntee. Number one, I think, at this point in time, considering the economy, considering the state that we're experiencing, throughout the world, but in particular, South Kingstown, it's going to be hard to ask the taxpayers to take on an extra burden to carry the debt service costs once these projects get finished, if in fact we get that far. And then we need to consider that we can only feasibly do these projects if we get the reimbursement from the state. Now, considering the financial shambles that the state of Rhode Island is, or all states are, as a result of the lack of tax revenue that they anticipated, we don't even know if those reimbursements will still be there. And we won't know until the projects are complete. This is not something that we can handle on our own as a town. We need that reimbursement. Otherwise, this is just not feasibly possible. Another thing to consider, at least right now, is the General Assembly is not meeting. And I don't think, even if we were to seek enabling legislation, I don't think we'd get it in time to be able to have this on a ballot in November. I just think that's the unfortunate reality. This would have to start in municipal government committee. It'd have to have a public hearing there. It'd have to get vote on in that committee. Then it would go to the floor for the whole house to vote on. I just cannot foresee it getting that far, at least in this session. I can't see it getting to that point where we'd be able to have it on the ballot in November. Only time will tell if that's the reality or not, but I guess we can put it off to a later point and see what happens. But as of now, I agree with Rob. I don't think it's the time to seek enabling legislation for, such a large bond referendum.
Thank you, Roy.
So, yeah, I just, Debbie Kelso, I just have a couple of things to say. So I wish we could turn back the clock to, and I'll say circa, because it feels like an ages ago, but it was February when South Kingstown's unemployment was 3.6 and the state's was 4.6. And I was a huge proponent for putting this on the November ballot, wanting the majority of voters to be able to weigh in on the issue. Well, that's changed, and I can no longer be such an advocate for November. I will caution, however, that the $85 million school bond contains a lot of things that still have to be addressed. It isn't all like wants, right? It's a lot of needs. And this town has put off those needs for a very long time, and it's reared its ugly head. So regardless of, this is not the time to ask the taxpayers for an $85 million bond and then another $6 million bond, $6.5 million bond on top of it. But we still have the problems. So, it's a hard course to take here, that we may not see what we need to have happen, and we're definitely not going to see what we want to have happen in the near future. It pains me to say that. I just want you to know that. I will be in support of not going forth with this, but it is painful for me to say that to you. I'm hoping when we see the third quarter of this year, the fourth quarter, the first quarter of next year, that we can then say, well, you know what, we can go to the voters in April. We have to go 6 months after this stage 2 gets approved, and whatever scale of that stage 2 we're at, look for approval then if we have a better economic climate. But that will drive the bus here, is the economics of the next year. And I am reluctant to admit that, but it's the reality of the situation. And as much as I want to improve the schools now, we cannot do that. So that's where I stand.
All right, very good.
This is Bryant. I just wanted to add to Deb's points. I agree with all your points, Deb. The only thing I think we need to be clear that it's not the town that hasn't, done the maintenance of the buildings. It's our responsibility, but it's also falling upon many school districts in our state, where unfortunately we have budgets that are significant, but also at the same time, it's very easy for folks to defer maintenance and pay for other things when we should be maintaining properties as we go along. It's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So my hope is that also that once we fix this problem, hopefully soon, that there are safeguards in place that we're going to be, not just in our town, because at the end of the day, we pay for every other city and town in this state, especially the ones that get higher reimbursements from the state than we do. So in this case, like I'm saying, is that we just need to make sure that once we address these issues, that we stay on top of these issues. It's much cheaper and easier to maintain a house every year than to let it go for 20 years and then, oh my God, now we need to spend all this money. So just a quick last point I wanted to make there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We have a motion and a second. Voting in favor of this will reject item J. Is there anybody opposed to this motion? All right. In that case, that item J is rejected. And that brings us to the end of tonight's agenda. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
This is Brian. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Brian, second by Rory. Thank you all for coming and bearing with us again past midnight. You made it, Joe. Anybody opposed? All right. I will see you all next time. Have a good night.
Night.
Thank you. Good night, guys.